Too loud. Okay, many years ago, Prince Darkness Ganon. That is the most edgelord shit I've heard. Prince Darkness Ganon. Stole one of the Triforce with power. Princess Zelda had one of the Triforce with wisdom. She divided into 8 units to hide it from... Why is it all quote-unquote Ganon? Before she was captured, go find the 8 units. Link to save her. Okay. All of the treasures: heart, container heart, fairy clock, rupee, 5 rupees, life potion, second potion, letter, food, sword, white sword, magical sword, magical shield, boomerang, magical boomerang, bomb, bow, arrow, silver arrow, blue candle, red candle. Is this not, wait, are there different translations? This has got to be OG, right? Is it just that they translated bad in the 80s or 90s? It is great though. Blue ring, red ring, power bracelet, recorder, raft, stepladder, magical wand, book of magic, key, magical key, map, compass. Triforce. Potion and second potion, right? Please look up the manual for details. That's the OG list? Okay, good to know. Also, welcome on name Gibbs. Howdy, howdy. Hello. Oh, yes, I will register my name. Ooh, I love the way it sounds. Oh, I think I broke it there for a second. How do I get out? That's it. Oh. Oh, I see. Register? Yes, okay. Ganon fan 69! Alright. What are our options here? I gotta figure out the controls. Okay, that's the menu. Do I not have anything yet? Do I not have a sword yet? Can I not stab? This will be a lot of struggle beforehand, for sure. Nope, not what I'm trying to do. Do I need to just run away until I find a sword? Oh god, there's so many bushes. I'm stuck in that thing. Do you care if you say anything? No, absolutely. If you guys backseating, totally allowed. Like, just don't be mean about it, but like feel free to be like, yo, dude. The cave? Okay, I have to go into the cave first. Okay. Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, yeah, absolutely. Stuff like that's so helpful. Feel free. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Oh, thanks, old man. That is really very kind. I've also never played this game. Probably good call still, though. Okay, we've got some projectile sword. Okay, let's go. Let's fuck these guys up. They'll never know what fucking hit them, dude. They look like, they kind of look like, curses from JJK. Yippee! A heart! I'm just like keep going left for a while. Ooh! Oh! Oh shit. I wasn't expecting the projectiles. Oof, oof, oof. Shit, dude. Oh, whoops. I got too close. My bad. Okay, hold on. Oh! I don't know what the clock does, but... Oh, it freezes time! Oh, I see. But, like, I don't think I can stab. Wait, maybe I can? I can't stab these. Can I only stab things that are also maybe moving, like looking weird time-wise with me? I think that's probably what it is. Come out, you coward! Will I drown in the- ooh! Okay, we can't cross the river, it appears. Wait, was I hitting? No. Okay. This will definitely be a little trial and error while I get used to it. It's been really long since I played a game this old. I feel like we want to go into the caves, right? Oh, you're right. It might be clipping the wall. Buy something, will you? Well, I've got no freaking money, so no. I'm poor. Sorry, sir. Buy something, will ya? And my pockets are empty, dude. Woo! Oh, they're little fish. Ah! Ouch. Oh, wait, we got some money. Let's go. Alright, I'm just gonna run away from that dude. Oh, ouch. I don't think I have to fight everything, right? I feel like we could just definitely run away. Oh. Not me accidentally hitting them. 160 is enough to fund a small kingdom for a while. Or one shield, right? Ooh. 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 Oh. I'm pressing the attack button faster than I'm pressing the direction button. Oh no. To avoid damaging game info saved, hold reset button as you turn off power. That's so funny. Whoopsies. Don't worry about it. They're going great. They do have a mouth on them. I did see that. Alright, let's go. Let's go. I don't trust these guys. I don't like these guys. Ooh, stay away. Okay, there we go. Oh, why do you have to hold the reset button? Yeah, give us the lore. I love knowledge. I love knowing things. Okay, I can see up top we have a little map. I'm gonna try and just go like all the way to the far right, all the way to the far left. Oh, a 2-in-1. That was huge. Ooh, these guys be hopping. Alright. Yeah, I think some stuff is clipping into the wall. That's unfortunate. Those rupees live up there now. He's trying to jump on me! Oh! A fairy? Okay. Oh, we lost the rupee though. I didn't get in time. Sag. Oh god, oh god! I was trying to look at chat. That's on me. Oh god, oh god. Oh, stop popping up under where I'm trying to go. Oh my god, they're ganging up on me! They're crowding me. Stop spawning on me! Oh god. I gotta leave.
Yeah.
There's so much stuff happening. I'm just running. I'm just running for my life. I need a shield desperately. That's a lot of fucking arrows. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Ah. This is not going well. Basically how low games used to save it would fuck with the cartridge because of power shenanigans. So we had Result to make sure the power it didn't overwrite any of either the NES or the cartridge's info and corrupt it. Later games solved the issue since the cartridges took that into account and added some hit to it to make it non-age. Ah, interesting. I did not know that. Okay. Do I start back here every time? Okay. Good to know. Ah. I'm getting too close to stuff. Yeah, no, I figure you meant, yeah, the electronics and stuff. Oh, shit is what you meant. It came out as hit. Okay. Ooh, give me that heart. 2 of hearts, 2 hearts, the beat as one. I don't know why, I always think of that scene from Hot Rod. Oh. Okay, we need to like freaking 100 for anything worthwhile. God. I hate the fucking projectile bitches. Leave me alone. Ooh. They keep spawning up on me. Oh, I keep doing that on accident too. Not what I'm trying to do. Ah! Stop spawning on me. Ah! Cut it out. Cut it out! Oh my god, dude. I get a range. Oh, okay. The range is only at full HP. That makes sense. Okay. Well, at least we're getting. I think we're saving our money every time I die, so that's something at least. This is, like I said, this will be a lot of struggle. A lot of struggle and struggle busting. Oh, yeah. Alright, there we go. Okay. Life insurance is nice. Yeah, it is definitely... Yeah, for sure. Ooh. Don't jump on me like that. That's spooky. Guys, get out. I can't get the rupees when you're up there. Oh, God. I swear I don't mean to go back. I'm getting scared. Okay, give me that heart. I don't want him to jump on me as soon as I get down there. Make your move, make your move! Idiot. Idiot. I say like I haven't died to him at least a few times already. Ooh, I need that clock if I can. Okay, that's nice. Okay, they're gonna spawn on me. We know that. Oh, stop! Oh god, I gotta stay away from the edges. Okay, just the one now. Yippee! Fuck that guy in the water, though. He's ruining my life. He's a big-ass bitch. Oh god, there's so many projectiles! Oh, I can deflect stuff! Oh, I can parry! Damn, okay. I feel like we're gonna be bad for a while. We're gonna be bad for a while. It's gonna be a struggle. It's gonna be a real struggle. Okay. But look at that. Wow, I cleared those first guys so easy. Can you get over here, sir? No, no. Over this way. Over this way. Over this way. Yeah, NES games are... Yeah. You're, it's a lot of just bobbing and weaving for most of them, to be honest. Which is just... It's just of the times, right? Pac-Man and stuff. Donkey Kong. Like, that really was... It's just like avoid things and hit things when you can. The four-directional movement. Fuck, I keep doing that. Sorry, I swear I'm not trying to go back. It's just that they, like, block me in as soon as I get over here. Let me out! Let me out! I was hoping to not grab that heart right away. I was trying to save it. Okay. Full health. I do think you're totally right. I think I get the projectile sword at full health, which is very nice. Oh god. Oh, the amount of projectiles. Please no, I don't want rupees. I need health, please. Oh! Not what I meant to do. It's okay, I guess we live now. No, he jumped on me! I also agree. Yeah, I don't think I respawn. Yeah. I think it clears that area for a while. And then I'm good. Yeah, this is just, like I said, this is just be a lot of trial and error. Might be a little tricky until we maybe have enough for a sword. We'll see. Okay, that's good. I'll take that heart even though I don't need it. Because stuff only lasts so long on the screen, so. Okay. It's really, once the projectiles come in, that's really where I'm like, oh, bop weave, dodge, oh. God. I'm like trying to get out of that corner, but it's tricky. Because they just kind of spawn on top of you in there. Ouch. Oh, that was on me. I walked right into that. Ugh, God, stop spawning on me. They're fucking camp spawn. Well, I don't know. What's the opposite of spawn camping, where you just spawn on an enemy? Just hire a guy with all my rupees. True. Hey man, I'm gonna need you to put some work in for me. I think they would like 120 for the shield. Where was that? Up top? On the left? I can't even remember where it was. Okay, parried the fuck out of those. Still spawn camping, I think. Okay. I feel like spawn camping is where you camp their spawn, so I'm like, I don't know if there's a name for when they spawn on you. You're lucky I can't reach that time thing, buddy. Oh, I can. I can't get you though, so I guess I'll just run away. He's frozen up there now. Oh, only one of you? Okay, I'll take it. Up and in a cave. That's what I thought. Yeah, okay. Ah, oh, stop that. I wonder if those specifically spawn within like a certain distance of me. Ah! Like I'm getting trapped between the projectiles and oh gosh. Stop spawning on me, please. Like literally spawn. How are you spawning in the same spot as me, dude? Okay, 98. Let's see. Maybe we can get one after the next time I die, which I'm sure will be in about approximately 2 seconds. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. A distance within me, yeah, on the field. Yeah, certain amount of tiles probably within where I'm at. I feel like less and less jumpy guys are spawned. Oh, no, there they are. Ow! Ouchie, stop, that hurts. Don't bully me. No bully. No bully, but give rupee. Oh, I should make the throw instead of bananas. We could have a rupees. Ooh, that's good, that's good. Ah! Pincher attack, dude. Yippee! Okay, we got all them. Yeah, without the range, it is very— ooh, God, stop! Fucking hell. And it doesn't even— ugh. Stop spawning on me! Please, could I get another heart? Oh, thank you, thank you. Don't let me get hit before then. Alright, we got him. We got him, boys. And I don't even bother with the fucking Maybe I should get the projectile guy. Ooh, God. Oh, give me that heart. No, 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 give me the heart, please. Oh, thank God. I'm stressed. This is like more stressful than most. This was more stressful than playing Resident Evil at this point. Oh God, you guys shoot projectiles too now? You weren't doing that earlier. Please, please, a singular heart, please. How much do we have? 102? I don't know if that's enough still. Let's see if I can get enough before we get up here. 104. My shield blocks their attacks? Yeah, I think it will too. That's why I'm hoping to get the shield, to be honest, once we have it. Or once we have the money for it. Oh wait, no, that's the... I think that was the cave. I like the little step, 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 step. 160. Shit. I will not buy anything, sir. I'm still poor. I mean, it does not seem like the shield blocks their attacks. I'm still getting hit for sure by them. Oh, you're right! What the hell? Ah, never mind. I guess I just wasn't noticing? Oh God. Yeah, just not from the water. Okay. Ooh. Okay, okay, good to know. Okay, I see, I see. I thought because it wasn't my inventory that was just more of like a I thought it was more of a for show sort of thing than an actual functioning anything. Good call, good call. I think I did the... Damn, dude. I think they hit me all four of those. All four of those, I think, hit me at the same time. Okay, maybe we just really try and be, like, long range as hell so we don't lose our health. Okay, okay, okay. Like, it's pounded. No! That really was what happened, though, to be honest. Alright, alright, alright. Dog GIF? No. Alright, alright, okay. 0 hits so far. Oh, what the hell? My sword wasn't working. Yo, that's the strat there, I guess. I don't even know if it's worth trying to kill that guy or just to keep running. Oh, god damn it! It's like you're not supposed to move in this game! Fucking hell, stop! Yeah, now I don't have it anymore. Stay away! Yeah! Yeah! Stop trying to get me from behind! That's cheating, that's cheating, they're cheating! They're cheating! Alright, alright, okay, okay, okay. Right, yeah, they get to go hide, I can't, I just gotta suffer. The sword only gets some projectiles, but I might be wrong. Oh no, or the shield. That's what I meant to say. I think I just got a bomb. Oh, whoops. I'm doing a terrorist attack. Hold on. Oh, I lost it. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, I got my bomb back, though. Yes, I agree. If I'm not stabbing, I'm shielding. Ooh. Good projectile. Oh! Ooh, I thought I got him. No. Okay. You picked up a bad week for drinking again? No. But yes, hello, Rhythm. Howdy, howdy. We are Zelda marathoning. We're starting, as you can see, with the OG. It's been a lot of suffering so far. Oh, get away. Leave me alone. I don't know you. That's my purse. I don't know you. Yo, Malcolm in the Middle has its new season coming out next month. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. If anyone doesn't know, that is one of my favorite shows ever of all time. And it's actually, I think, in my opinion, as someone who grew up pretty dirt poor, one of the most accurate depictions of what it is like to grow up poor. Like, you see people in poor, being quote-unquote poor in TV, and I'm always like, dude, this is still, they're still living in, like, a super nice house, and, like, whatever else. But Malcolm in the Middle, like, I'm like, yeah, actually, we did do a bunch of the stuff they, like, a bunch of the things they do in that show, I'm like, yeah, that's what we did growing up. Like, that's, ugh, you son of a bitch, you, oh, you son of a bitch, you get back here. You get back here. I do think it will be good. The trailers so far look good. They're bringing back almost all of the cast except the kid who played Dewey because, like, after Malcolm in the Middle, he just, like, retired from acting, which totally valid. I can't blame any child star for being, like, or child TV star, movie star, whatever, for being like, nah, dude, fuck this, I'm out. And it was probably, like, way better for his mental health and, like, not whatever. Yeah, dude, tragic that Hal had to go away for meth for a little bit. From the side? God, I'm bad. Oh, I should have used the bomb there. But I think it'll be good. I've seen both of the trailers so far, and it looks pretty good. It looks like kind of the same shenanigans. I think the only complaint I really saw from people was, like, that there were some of the, like, choices, like, some of the filming choices. People were like, basically, the one complaint I saw is that, like, the background was blurred, which has become definitely, like, more of a modern trend in, like, TV and stuff. And someone was like, I just don't like this. Like, I'd rather be able to see, like, all of the parts of the set and everything. But, like, other than that, that's the only complaint I've seen. So, like, I really, so far, looks very promising. Exactly, yeah. Most child actors had it rough. So I don't know if the guy who played Dewey had it rough. I think or if it was just that he saw what the industry was like and was like, no, I'm out. I think it was maybe more that he was just like, nah, I'm out. Which, like I said, with everything we've seen from child actors over the years, I can't blame anyone for leaving. Damn, what kind of synthwave are you? What's that, is this, fuck, dude, I'm trying to think of I need that heart, please. The one that goes beep boop beep boop. That's the one. But what up, B1 Battle Droid? What a good name, howdy. The droids are the best part of Star Wars, dude. Leave me alone. It's Roger. Sorry, I don't speak Clanker. No, I'm kidding. I actually do love bots. They're my favorite. The robots in Star Wars, genuinely. The best part, always. Where they spawn in. Hard C word. You know what I have to say is the craziest insult that I think I've heard someone come up with for robots is is Wireback. Wireback is wild. And I say that as a Hispanic person, dude. That is a crazy choice. Oh man, I'm gonna get my ass kicked. I'm getting my ass kicked. Wireback is actually insane. Like, I'm like, honestly, I think Wireback sounds worse than the OG insult that comes from. Jesus. Oh god, leave me alone. Leave me alone, little fucking guys. I need that heart. I need that heart. Leave me alone. Please stop shooting me. Please stop trying to shoot me everything. Oh, give me the second heart. It's fine. Imagine if I had panicked during that. That would be really embarrassing. That'd be crazy. Have I found the first dungeon? No, I don't think we have, to be honest. We've been really struggling. This is the furthest I've gotten so far. Let me in! Let me in! Oh. It's definitely going to be a long one. Oh, I can buy a shield finally! How do I... Yippee! Oh, was that an arrow? Ooh, could I have gotten a bow? Maybe a bow would have been better. Yeah, we'll definitely be struggling. We'll be in the pits for this one, dude. Ow! And not in a good way. Stop! Stop being so speedy! God, they're so fucking fast. Yeah, the struggle bus indeedly do. Oh, oh, I need that! I need that! The princess needs that! Leave me alone! I'm gonna put bombs here! Do some terrorism! 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 Yippee, terrorism! Terrorism wins again. How do I get there? Wait, can I not get there? Oh no, that's not what I meant to do. For anyone who has played this, do I need to like have something to be able to cross the water, I'm guessing? Ripperoni, okay. I imagine I do. Fuck, I need an item. Okay, thank you, thank you. I have OG NES on, like, literally the cartridges in the living room with my NES, but I just never was... I was not good at it as a kid, and I'm not good as an adult, so, like, I never really got far in Zelda. I was always, like, so young trying to play it, so I think a lot of me was just like, I don't know what's needed. I'm gonna go play Mario instead, because I know that one better. I played a lot of Super Mario, and a lot of Sega. Yeah, it's just money. Exactly. Yeah, I'm aware. There's no leveling here, right? So. Oh wait, this is a way that's not worth going. I can't go that way. Was there anything in here? Nothing I can buy, and nothing really that I need. We're mostly just trying to explore the blue candle. What's the use of the blue candle? Does it light up dungeons, I'm guessing? So that's the one of the two candles. It is one of the two candles, indeedly do. Like, for example, watch, when I come in here, it's completely dark in here. Well, he's not talking to me at least. So my guess is maybe... Oh, it sets fires. Ah, okay. You never played Zelda or Mario? I played a lot of Mario. I think I played like the first 3. There's so many fucking bitches here. Whew. I'm really just trying to explore the everything. Fuck. Right now. Oh, some NPCs won't talk to me. Oh, that's fair. To be honest, we didn't have money growing up either. My mom found an NES and a Sega at a yard sale. And I think she got them, like, super, super cheap. Which is the reason why, like, the NES and Sega are technically before my time. They're older than me. They're consoles I shouldn't have been playing. But because my mom got them from a yard sale, like, it was just all we had. So I was probably playing the Sega and the NES, like, up until the mid-2000s. Even though they would have been, like, freaking 20 years old almost at that point. Which, like, that's, like, I don't know. Growing up poor kind of sucks, but at the same time, there's definitely benefits. Don't call me Unk, dude. Aren't you older than me, probably? Unbelievable. I hate these guys. You get back here, you little sack of shit, dude. I'm gonna die! God. You've only played Mario Galaxy and that's it. I've heard really good things about Mario Galaxy. I do know. I know, dude. Actually, I think we have a decent average age for everyone in here. I think we're all a little unk, to be honest. We got a few youngins in here, but I think for the most part we're all kind of unk. Oh, we can't go this way. How old is unk? No, honestly. I had someone call me unk the other day in Valorant who was 17, and I was like, brother, everything's unk compared to you. You're a child. You're a literal child, dude. You're great unk. That's pretty funny. When you look at New Balances and think, yeah, I could use some of those. True. What the hell, dude? I swear I was facing towards that bitch. Oh, this is how we get over here. Okay. I love the noise of the steps. Meet the old man at the grave. No, well. Thanks! Who is he? Do I get any information? Where's the grave? Where's anything? Thanks for nothing. Have we been up here? I don't know if we have. Okay. It's so funny to wander in the cave and then just be fucking ignored, dude. I go in there and they're just like, yeah, anyways, I don't fucking know you, bud. I'm not fucking talking to you. I don't know this youngster, dude. Guy just wandering around in my cave with a fucking sword, shield. I don't know this man. I don't trust this man. Always look for old men at the graveyard. Ooh. That's a lot of fucking whatever the fuck these guys are. Ooh. This is really just bob and weave the game, eh? Let me in. Pay me and I'll talk. Well, I only got the -10, so this ain't enough to talk. What is this, dude? Bro, what is this? Is this a fucking OnlyFans fucking girlfriend experience? He's like, well, you only gave me the tier 1 sub, so we actually can't talk in DMs. Only tier 3 subscriptions can talk in DMs for me. You're gonna have to pay me $70 before I'll give you the fucking grandpa experience. Right now, you're only getting the friends with benefits experience. Fuck you, old man. I hope his grandchildren never fucking visit him, dude. This guy knows business. I don't know how old people are generally on Twitch since the website is decently old. Yeah, dude, I was looking at when my account was made, I was like, damn, dude. $70 for a grandpa DM sold? Oh. Did we go this way? Can I go this way? I gotta outrun the arrows. Why does this just look like the same way? I feel like I'm stuck in a loop, dude. Am I stuck in a loop? Am I stuck in a loop? Wah! Am I stuck in a loop? Well, I'm not anymore. Had from like 2012, 2013. Oh, this area is a maze. Got it. Okay. Ow! I just hit that inside bone on my ankle on my desk. My mental desk. It has a secret. Okay, thank you. Yeah, like I was saying, absolutely, if you guys have tips, hints for this game, feel free to backseat the fuck out of me. Obviously, don't be like, do this, why are you doing that? That's stupid. You know, none of that shit, but feel free to be like, oh yeah, you're gonna need to do this before you can do that. If you see me stuck, feel free to share your knowledge, your infinite Zelda wisdom with me. Ah, what? Doing your best to not go overboard. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely, ooh. Definitely, like, let me struggle for a bit, but, you know. You can use terrorist abilities, find hidden spots in the rocks. Ah! Ooh, is this a puzzle? No. I'm gonna need a key. The music change! Oh, this is the first dungeon. Ah, I see. That looks like a dead end. Dead end. Dragons and fish. Ah. Bonehead. Okay, maybe we actually have to... Oh, why are they moving so fast? Buddy, slow down. There's so many Zubats in this cave, dude. Oh, there's my key. Yoink. Fun Lord, that was the Deku tree. Oh, well, okay. The guy from My Hero Academia, right? I'm kidding. I just had to say that because some walls are bombable in dungeons. Okay, good to know. Will there be like anything that stands out for a bombable wall, or like, will I just have to know? Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna put my right hand on the wall. Ooh, I need that shit. God, oh god. Hey, will any of you guys be willing to give me your heart? I just need like one from you guys. Ooh, okay. Still just only one. Compass! Let's go! Ah, okay. Some cracks where the door might be. Ah, I see. Okay. I kinda like these skelly boys. Wow. I don't like them as much anymore. Please, someone just drop a heart for me. Oh, God. Oh, brother, I'm stressing. This game's got me stressing. Just, if you guys could get in stabbing range and then just, like, don't move once you're in stabbing range, please. Ah! I said don't move once you're in stabbing range. Why won't they listen to me? I need a key! Also peep the map. It feels like two rooms connect, but don't. Good chance you can bomb it. Oh, okay. Yeah, dude, actually I'd love to do fencing lessons. I was looking, we actually do have a place where you can do fencing lessons here. Hey buddy, can you give me your heart? Ooh, my key! Yoink! I hope stuff doesn't respawn. Yippee! Okay. I wish I had more hearts though too. Oh, you guys look spooky. Oh, okay, oh. No. Oh, well. I don't know if that's what we meant, but... Well, I'm out of bombs, so... Can you guys come up here? Makes you guys way easier hit if you just come to me. Perfect. Perfect. Come back, please. Please. Yippee! Ah, okay, I see where we're trying to go. Like lambs to the slaughter, exactly. Spencer's favorite kitchen item is aluminum foil. Ahaha, I see what you did there. Okay, this doesn't look too bad. Stop edging it, dude. Fairy, I don't know what you're doing. Oh, full life, let's go. My projectiles are back. Yippee. I was gonna say, I think he's holding a key. Yippee. I feel like we gotta use on that one down there though, right? I'm actually really enjoying this. There's just something I do really like about like retro games. I think it's the simplicity sometimes. That's a super skelly. Yeah, we got the map. These guys are fucking running. Ooh, God. Oh, is that Boomerang? Get that shit out of here. Absolutely fucking not, dude. Wait, did I get hit by the Boomerang? Probably. Fuck, dude. Ugh. Stop being so speedy. You're pissing me off. Oh, Boomerang. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, you did play some Link to the Past. I see. Wow, I can't believe you would lie like that. Unbelievable. Whoa, what is that? I will not be grabbed by grabby hands, dude. I refuse. What the fuck, dude? Ah! Please stop. Please stop. I'm scared. Please stop. I'm scared. Ow. Oh. No. Is that doing anything? I don't even know if that's doing anything. Wait, can I just... Am I an idiot? Can I just... Is he... Can I kill him? Can I kill him? He feels like he's not giving a fuck about anything I'm doing to him, to be honest. So if I can't kill him, please... Shoot sideways. I thought I was safe down there. Oh! No. Okay. Oh, we start out in here again. Okay, that's really nice. I thought we were gonna have to restart completely. Ripperoni. I'm guessing I have to redo everything though, right? Oh, right, we get our projectiles back. Hell yeah. I don't think we had projectiles when we entered this dungeon. Try head. Some bosses have a magic pixel. Oh, okay. What's that tri-finger butthole? Is that what it is from Dark Souls? Get away! That's unfair. You have 2 swords and I only have 1. Yeah, dude. Oh, God. D&D inspired stuff definitely super big. I mean, fantasy was like a very big genre, right? Like fantasy in general was huge. Fantasy, I feel like during the 70s, 80s, 90s was a very, very big genre. Amazing chest ahead. Oh, God. I can't read chat, dude. Not while I'm fighting. Ah! Thank God I didn't panic. How did I get there? Did I go that way? I guess not, right? I probably have to go down and around. Did I go up and around? Also, fantasy was different from before D&D. It was more weird. True, yeah. D&D, yeah, like, fantasy was very... I mean, I will say, though, it depends on what fantasy you read. I definitely still... Like, I grew up with... my mom loved to read, right? Like, I do definitely get a lot of my nerdiness from my mom. And my mom definitely was reading weird fantasy when I was young. And, like, I feel like she still reads the weird fantasy, not just, like, D&D fantasy. I think it really just depends on... I do think D&D definitely, like, made fantasy more of, like, a central type of thing. Yeah, definitely, I will say it's a contributing factor, though, for sure. I think it just kind of gave people more of a central idea of what people expected out of fantasy. Same with, you know what actually I feel like also really helped with making fantasy a certain way that I think also led to a lot of D&D being what it is? Lord of the Rings, right? Lord of the Rings was definitely a big contributing factor for fantasy being and looking, and D&D as well being and looking how it does. There might be a puzzle in the room to unlock a door. Oh, okay. Good to know. I see. Okay. Thank you. What the fuck, dude? Oh, Eastmost Peninsula is the secret. Okay, Eastmost Peninsula. Thanks, old man. Sam. Okay, my bad, I'm leaving. Whoopsies. Exactly, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Like, there are definitely a lot of varieties of fantasy. Fantasy could be anything. I mean, when you look at Warhammer 40k, although that's more modern, like, Warhammer before 40k was fantasy. Oh, really? I'm surprised that Lord of the Rings didn't have early influence on early D&D. It feels very similar. Block puzzles are the bread and butter of Zelda games. Okay, I actually wasn't really aware of that. Yeah, grimdark fantasy. Yeah, exactly. Fantasy, I think, was just... I feel like fantasy, honestly, was just a lot of, like, a very wide genre until I think certain brands of fantasy started to get popular. And then now we kind of have, like, the fantasy we have now. Fuck off, you cunt! Ooh, you fucking son of a bitch. One of you better fucking drop a goddamn heart for me. Ooh, I want my fucking... I need that back. D&D was very weird. Ah, interesting. God, I don't like these... Get away, grabby hands. And I think this is a dragoon, right? I'm gonna explore the rest of the dungeon beforehand. I think we haven't explored that down area. Oh, Boomerang freezes enemies for a bit. Ah, thank you. Oh yeah, we gotta do this one too. I love the little boo 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 boo. Hi, Phil Six. Welcome on in. Howdy. Yes, Zelda indeed. Wait, oh. I already talked to you. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, old man. I've already spoken to you. I have no further interest in you. Ah! Ah! Thank you for the taxes. Ow! That shit hurts, bud. Ooh, I need that. 2 of hearts. Stop guarding the heart, you guys. Stop camping it. Boop. Stab, 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 stab. Which way was I going? Shit, dude. I feel like I came from the left. Which way did I come from? No. I came from the left, yeah. Thank you for the... Boomerang can be thrown diagonally. Oh, what? How? Oh, I see! Yo, okay. That's sick. Thank you, thank you. I was unaware. Unawares. Unawares. Oh, you guys are getting spooky. Okay, nothing in here. I don't think. Yeah, no doors, so I can't imagine. Well, if you want the stream IRS style you, I mean, hey, you can. That's your choice. You do you. You do you. But you know, when you get in jail for tax fraud, I don't want to hear it. Okay, don't blame me. Buddy, can you please drop a heart for me? Damn it, you son of a bitch. I think we gotta fight the dragon, right? Let's go. I don't know if we've done bottom left and right yet. Yeah, already. I think we've already gotten this. Ugh, I was hoping for a heart or something. Did you find the boomerang in this dungeon? Yeah, we did. That's where, yeah, that was where we got it. Okay, I think otherwise we gotta go back to that dragon. Oh wait, he has a key. Okay, so the boomerang, okay, I see the boomerang doesn't do damage for some of the bigger guys. It just freezes them. I sees. Oh, wow, that's what I needed. Once you get dungeon time, there's not much to do but find the boss and kill it. Okay, that's what I figured. We just were having a hard time with the dragon, so I figured I'd explore all the other parts that we haven't explored everything yet. We need to get this up top part right now in a second. I think it was this way? Oh. There was one, I need that last key, so I was just trying to explore all the areas before we go back to the dragon. Also, welcome on in, Fox. Thank you so much for the chicken. Ooh. I'm getting scared. Ooh, would love if someone can give us a heart. Does stuff respawn in? I guess it does. Seems like it. I don't think these guys will drop a heart, but I'm going to be optimistic. No. Reset time? Yeah, probably. Fuck! God damn it. God damn it. Oh, where if you go 2 rooms past where I left. Okay. Got it, good to know. Otherwise, room to room safe. Okay. It's okay. It's probably, yeah, gonna be better if I fight the dragon with my good shit than my not good shit. I'm just going back to get more rupees, obviously. Obviously, all part of the plan. All part of the plan stands. Yeah, just keep going through that little spot there. Boop, 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 boop. I don't really need to fight any of you guys. I think it was this way then. Yeah. There we go. And then this door we have not been through yet, so. Hey, you got a rupee for me, sir? Damn it. We got the boys of boomerangs and speed. Get frozen, loser. Couldn't be me. Get bullied, nerd. Yoink. Alright, then I think we've got this room and then the dragoon. Oh, wait. Oh god, what is that? Ooh, ooh. Can I fight these? Oh, no, no. Okay, that's what I thought. It seemed, yeah, definitely more like machines than anything else. Ah. God. Ooh, I keep missing. Okay. I really want Taco Bell right now. I don't know why I thought about that. I think I always just want Taco Bell. Oh, I gotta leave and reset the puzzle. Oh, okay. I didn't know there was a reset the puzzle aspect happening here. Thank you. Yeah, I see. There we go. Oh. Oh, okay. I was not understanding the way the pixels on this map were working for a second there, to be honest. Yippee! A bow! Yo, any chance you got a heart for me? Damn. This dungeon has 2 items? I guess so. That's why I was like, yeah, let me explore all the areas first before. Whew. The boomerang is technically just a drop. I see. So, like, obviously I didn't have space for that bow, so, like, what happens? Do I have that still? Is that my inventory? Oh, I see. It is. Can I? So it looks like I can swap it. Let me see if I can figure out the controls to do that. You can switch it to whatever. Okay. None of the buttons are working. It's a little weird playing this on a PlayStation controller because obviously that's not the intent, right? Select. Select takes me back out. Select is how I get in the screen. Consumes money per arrow instead of having arrow ammunition. Oh, interesting. Alright, whatever. I can't figure it out. We'll go with our... Oh god, I thought that was someone else throwing a boomerang at me. Brother, by the slime! Yeah, I was trying left, right. It wasn't doing anything. I tried every button on the controller like 3 times. It's just not. I'm trying on the keyboard too, and it's just not having it. None of them. Okay, whatever. Whatever. I can use the boomerang. It's fun. Oh god, let me in. This will be a classic getting a lot stuck on the course lot. Wait, what is this not the way to the dragon? Shit. You recognize these icons. Don't worry about it. Okay, I think it was through here for the dragon. Or not? Fuck, dude. Which way was the dragon? I thought it was up. Up, up. And then maybe we go left? I went right last time, but... Or I thought I had gone right last time. Peace. Hi, Negligence. Welcome on in. Howdy, howdy. Hello. Like I say, I don't think they'll drop a heart, but they're so easy to kill, it's worth it. Yeah, no, yeah, when I got the compass or the map, I recognized it. We're just going... I figured based off the way the map looks, I could go that way, but... we got to the dead end, so that's why I was like, okay, I guess not to the right. I was just going the wrong way to get to where we need to. I don't even know why I'm fighting you guys. You're not even worth my time! I can't make my own pathway. I guess so. Yeah, up here. Okay, this is the dragon. Stop, grabby hands. Grabby hands, stop. I'm not interested. Get your, what is it called? When you, magic hand? No, what is that? What is the summoning hand for D&D? Yeah, we'll try and have to hit him in the head, I think. Yippee! Let's go! Oh, a new heart! That's so exciting! Yippee! First Triforce? Hell yes. Let's go! Yippee! Look at it there! This little triangle, so cute! Fuck that guy in particular for no reason. First Dorito! Let's go! I wonder what flavor it was. It looked like multi-flavored Dorito. Ah! Oh god, leave me alone. Stop trying to jump on me! I have a girlfriend. Well, I will, okay? After I collect all of these triangle Doritos for her. Okay, guys. Leave me alone. Yo, what is that? That looks like a friend. Oh! That was not a friend. That looked like a little doggy. I thought maybe we could be cool. Then it stabbed the fuck out of me. Jesus. Ow! Stop! Cut it out! I'm just a little guy! What have I ever done? To the eastmost peninsula, yeah. I'm trying. Yeah, because the old guy said so. I was trying to go back to where we were, though. I did want to go that way. I think we were this way, right? But yes, I guess he did say the eastmost peninsula. Oh, I hate you bitches. I guess we'll go where the old man tells us. You better drop a heart, dude. You son of a bitch. I need the heart. He said for a secret. Exploration first. Oh, okay. I didn't know it was- Oh my god! Why are there so many sand guys? Jesus! I say as we're clearly in the desert. God, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god! Jumpy JJK curse vibes. What are you? I don't trust these guys. That sounded not good. Ah, fuck. I feel like we already went to the eastmost peninsula, to be honest, and I couldn't cross. Unless I can now? I thought I needed an item to do it. I'll try and go this way. Ah! They're trying to grab me! Ow. That was on me. I'm an idiot. I walked right into that guy. I walked right into that guy like I was asking for a hug. Yeah, we explored the southeast area, and then I got to the bridge where I couldn't do anything. It was like a dead end. These guys look like bulldogs if they were people. Like, you know when a bulldog has like a human human aspect to it, like as a character design? That's what they feel like. Oh wait. What's this? What's this? What's this? Oh, he was trying to go in with me! What the hell, man? Ah. Buy something, will ya? I guess we'll buy a candle. I don't know. I feel like we need the candle at some point. JP Orcs Pigment. Ah, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Could totally see that. Yeah. Ah! Trying to stab me, that son of a bitch. God, yeah, that's way too many arrows. Fuck. See ya, suckers. Is there anything here? Oh! Whoa! It's a secret to everybody. Can I have more than 10? Do I have to pay it? No, I think he's giving me 10. Okay, thanks, buddy, I guess. Oh, okay, only one was cool! Only one was cool! I thought maybe both of them would be cool. Only one was cool. I just got lucky. Okay, so don't fuck with those guys. They will fuck me up. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, we already came over here, and I got to somewhere over here. Oh god, I hate the projectiles. Just run, read. My greed! I thought we were cool! Oh, can I grab this perchance? Like, can I yoink this? No. Gib, I need this. You're working on your Spring Up Bingo card? Yippee! Oh, I can't wait to see it. How do I play it? So, okay, there are official ways to play. I was stabbing instead of blocking. Yeah, I need an item. Okay, that's what I thought. And that's the southmost, or the eastmost peninsula, right? Unless, like, that's yeah, we were already over there. That's what I'm saying. So I feel like I don't need to go to the eastmost peninsula, because I can't do anything over there yet, right? Right? So I am playing, you can play on an emulator, right? That is an option. Or there is technically, Zelda has been put on the Switch. Probably the Switch 2, I imagine, too, maybe. What the fuck, dog? Also, welcome on in, Ellie, though. Howdy, I hope today's treating you well. Welcome. Hello. So you can play on an emulator, or they have released— ow! Right in the back, dude. They have released a handful of retro games on the— oh, thank you so much for the sub! I appreciate it. Thank you. Time does fly! A whole 6 months! Thank you! Congrats on your koi fish evolution. But on the Switch you can play them. They've like ported them to the Switch. So you can play a bunch of them on the Switch if you really would like to. And we're totally playing on the Switch, of course. Or if you have an old NES, you can play on the NES. Oh god, I don't know if I want to be here. Ow. We just accidentally shoulder brushed that guy. I shoulder checked the fuck out of that dude. Oh god, not the double arrows. I can't wait to get stuck in this. Oh, what the hell, dude? Don't spawn in front of me like that. Cheating. Cheating. Fucking cunt, dude. That's a lot of you. Did he turn? We were occupying 2 different corners. 2 different squares. Do I have a map now? No. Oh, there we go. I just can't... I can't, for whatever reason, select the, Oh! This is how you do the fire move! Okay, I've seen the fire move. I've seen the fire move. Ah, yeah. Oh, ow! I could probably only light fires so often. I walked into his hood! I thought we were cool. Aw, oh, fuck. I feel like I should just trash this run already. But I'll stick it out. Have we gotten to, like, bottom left? I don't know if we have. I think that's where the guy... Was that where the guy was, like, Eastern Peninsula? Blah, 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 blah. Can I start a fire in here? Oh, wait, no, we said that that guy won't talk to me because I don't have the things he wants. It's okay, I'm used to men not speaking to me. Yo, I was playing Valorant yesterday, and I had a lady risen me up, guys. I gotta say, if you are not a man, and you would like ladies to be sweet to you in video game BC, Valorant is the spot for that, I gotta say. Light some bushes on fire, become an arson maker. Is this enough for you to talk to me? Go northwest, southwest. Northwest, southwest to the Forest of Maze. Northwest, southwest. Northwest, southwest. I still can't believe I gave him 10 bucks and he went, that's not enough for me to talk to you, bitch. Like, are you fucking kidding me? I do still have my shield. I thought I lost it for a second. Never eat soggy waffles. How do you get women to be nice to you after restraining order? No, you leave them alone. Oh god, dude, the fucking evil- Oh, they're not dogs! They look like friendly dogs from the side, but they're not dogs! They looked like friendly puppies, or like horsies, but they're not! I saw him turn, and I saw his true form. I saw his true form when he turned. I saw the real version of him, and he was evil and holding 2 knives. And they were both pointed at me. Okay, how do I get back to this fucked up maze? Wait, not this way. Wait, can I grab that one? It's green. Ow. I don't know what these little things out on the water are. Ah! Wait, I need that heart. Ah! Ah! It's fine. Thank God no one's panicking. Could you? I'd be so embarrassing if anyone was panicking right now. Couldn't be me. Panic? I hardly know her, dude. He goes, no, not the roller rink! Questionable offense. Questionable offense. Sharks, eat that fish. Oh, the fire hurts me too. Damn, who could have seen that coming? You know what? I'm pissed that you hit me. You're gonna die for that. And I'm stealing your lunch money after. Get over here, you bitch. Stop running away. Stop running away. Stop running away. Thank you for the bomb. How do I get back to the maze? Shit. This isn't the maze yet, right? Oh, what is this? Ha, idiot. Fuck, I say as I immediately get hit by him. Did I already talk to someone here? This feels like a thing. Am I only allowed to light fires, like, at some health? Should we do an act of terrorism? The Pond of Secrets is indeed a thing. Okay. Do I have the secrets? It does not appear that I have the secrets. Oh, that's just pause. I don't have the power! Yeah! Oh, okay, here we are. North? Oh! West, northwest, southwest. Boom, 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 boom. Oh god. Ah! Blue candle is once per map. Red candle is anytime you want. Okay. Good to know. Because I just tried to use the blue candle again there and I got myself killed. Sorry, y'all. I gotta, like, keep an eye on where the maze is up in the map. I'm not doing that well enough. So every time we lose it, I'm just like, I'm lost again. It was somewhere around here, right? It's not through here, is it? Oh, it is. Damn it. You know what, I'm gonna kill this guy in hopes I could get my heart back. Damn it, no heart? Okay. It is what it is. Okay, back in the maze some... I do not fuck with these guys. Leave me alone! I don't know you! That's not my purse! I don't know you! Or sorry, that is my purse, I don't know you. That's what it is. Step off. Bombs? Man, they're just really encouraging the terrorism. One day I'll have this map commit to memory? Probably. Probably. You'll be proud of me? Hell yeah, dude. I'll learn it right now then! I need this! Wait, hold on. Where the northwest, southwest? Okay. West. South. Ooh. West. Bombs! Oh! Oh! Fuck! I'm learning the map, that's why. So the villagers will recognize me. I need to learn the map so chat will recognize me. I know I can do it one day. I believe in myself. Data bio. Hold on, that wasn't enough. Data bio. Sorry, you know what? I'm doing the English dub. This is why I'm really fucking this. Leave it. There you go. Sorry. How fucking fool of me to be trying to say the fucking Japanese line while I'm doing the English dub voice. Fucking fool. I'm an amateur hour, dude. I actually didn't realize I could hit the anime dub to that degree. I don't think that was, it wasn't my, I can definitely work on it. There's room for improvement, but I think that was just enough to be cringy at the same time. And that's like really where it counts when you come to do the like fucking anime weeb voice. All right, we're in it now. West. Right? No, fuck. North. West. South. Synth burrito? Hey, I don't know if you could say that. Was that racially motivated? Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh, you're Hispanic too? Damn, okay, never mind, the infighting. I do always say, dude, you gotta do the racism for your groups. You can't do the racism for the other ones. Okay, so the blue ones, or the red ones I can deflect. The blue ones I cannot. Oh god. I'm scared. Wait, I do have my boomerang. Wait, I have my boomerang. Oh, ooh. They spin up, I see. Oh. They're traveling in a pack, dude. No! Blue means strong. Okay, sorry. With the candle, I was thinking that red candle was the strong, since we were talking about the candle. I can barely spell the kid's name from Sasuke. Not his lover. Oh, fanfics do go wild. Okay, fanfics go wild, but I'm gonna be honest, dude. I'll try not to make this too much of a Naruto rant. You guys know how I can be. I'll try and spare you. But like, I grew up as a kid who was getting into anime during the time that Naruto was getting popular in the West, right? Like when Bleach, Naruto, One Piece were getting popular. And of course, I was in fandom spaces, so I would see people ship Naruto and Sasuke, right? And I was like, I kind of get it, okay, whatever, like when I watched OG Naruto. But like, I thought it was just more people being like, I'm really into BL and I want to ship them when they were young, right? Because just like, especially at that time, like BL ships were popular, right? But the BL ships, queer ships in general are popular with fanfic, right? That's a lot. You're shipping a lot of stuff that you'll never actually see come true. So like queer ships are very common. And I really just thought people were just shipping Naruto and Sasuke for funsies. I'm gonna pause before this fight because I am now watching Shippuden and I'm like, all of Shippuden is just Naruto chasing after his boyfriend who has left his town. Like, Naruto actually, like, I'm like, if this one of them was a woman, this would have been canon in Japan. Like, you don't have to make fics for them to be gay. They are fucking doing some of the most gay romantic shit. At what point when they tell Naruto, hey, your boyfriend's a terrorist and we're gonna probably have to go kill him, he clutches his heart and he collapses on the ground and passes out. When a girl tells him, hey, I'm in love with you and you've had a crush on me forever and I don't think you should go after Sasuke, you don't need to do that for me anymore. That's when he's like, no, actually I'm chasing on him for my own because he's my goal. He's literally like, I can't become Hokage until I get my friend back. He literally is like, he hits the Romeo and Juliet line and goes, if I wasn't the Jinchuriki for the nine-tailed beast and you weren't an Uchiha, and if we both died and we were not tied to our mortal responsibilities of this world, then we could be together without anything getting in the way. Like, you don't have to make stuff up. They're fucking saying some of the gayest shit I've ever heard, even in other romance series. Like, it's... At what point Yamato goes, hey, you've got the wind element and Sasuke has the lightning element. And he goes, so my wind would be good for Sasuke. And he goes, yeah, you'd be able to beat his lightning. That's how that works. And he goes, no, only my wind can stoke his fire. Like, Naruto, you're a homosexual. Shut up, dude. Shut up. Sometimes even I was getting to the point where I was like, oh, brother, dude. This is the gayest shit I swear I was facing to the left. I swear I was facing to the left. Like, it's... Naruto kisses Sasuke and Sakura before they ever kiss each other. He kisses Sasuke 3 times in the anime. Canonically, Sasuke remembers what Naruto tastes like from their first kiss. That happens, like, in fucking episode 3, by the way. And people are like, well, it was supposed to be Mimi, but it's like, dude, I don't know. They reflect on that kiss a lot. That kiss has more time when they play that back than Tenten does. Like, I went the wrong way. Wait, did I go the wrong way? Maybe. Like, you don't have to make things up to ship Naruto and Sasuke. They're just fucking gay in canon. It's literally all of Shippuden is just Naruto recruiting his friends to bring his boyfriend back home. Like, it's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. They re-show not only the kiss, like, not even 9, probably genuinely, like, 30 times in canon, but they also re-show the shot where Sasuke's, like, leaning over Naruto after their first fight in the Valley of the End, and he's just... They show the shot of him leaning over... Oh god, fuck, dude. Of him leaning over him, just, like, staring at his face a bajillion fucking times. Like, genuinely, this is what I mean. Like, I'm not kidding. That shit's fucking gay, dude. And I don't even mean that in, like, a... Ooh, I'm gonna die here. I don't even mean that in a, like, bad way. They're just border, like, it's... I don't know what the author was thinking. I genuinely don't. Like, if you took out all of the context for Naruto and then explained someone the things that happen, they'd be like, you're watching a romance anime, dude. You're watching... Naruto is BL disguised as shonen. That's really what it is. Rip to everyone who started watching Naruto because they thought it was shonen. JK, dude, it's a BL, but because it's Japan, they can't actually admit that it's a BL. Like, that's really what the vibes are. It's genuinely, though. Like I said, when I was younger and I just watched OG Naruto, I was like, people are just shipping them because they'll ship anything. And, like, I get it. There are 2 main characters. Why are we trying to kill the Lionels? What are the Lionels? Okay. North. West. Wait, I fucked that up. North. West. I'm trying to kill this area over here, if that's what you're asking about. Because I imagine... I mean, when I finish the puzzle for the maze here, it takes me here. So I imagine... I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I just assumed I probably needed to kill them all. Do I just need to go up here? Am I just wasting time? Oh, the man at the graveyard! Oh no, I've spawned a ghost. Fuck. I guess I just was assuming I needed to kill them. It does appear that I could... Oh, I'm sorry for waking up all the dead. Jesus. The graveyard. Fudge. Wait. No, there should be a man in here. There's a man in here. Somewhere. Yeah, I just was making bad assumptions, I guess, is what I was doing. Man, I'm seeing no man in here. Can I hit you, ghosts? Oh, I can hit you. Will you give me hearts back? Can I kill you? I feel like they're not killable. Yeah, I'm gonna say no. I don't see a man in this graveyard. Maybe past the graveyard? There was something over here. It's funny to learn all the names for everything. It's fine. Oh my god, Jesus fucking Christ. Let me up the stairs. Oof. Yeah, I was just assuming, to be honest, I didn't even try to go up there. It was the big old gamers don't look up, but instead it was gamers don't try to go up. Why am I starting out missing one? Oh, do I have to get my heart back? Oh, because I have 4 hearts, do I just never have my projectile sword at starting? If so, that's kind of fucking sucks. Oh, I don't qualify for the graveyard yet. Okay, so I feel like I should just not be wasting my time there then, eh? Wait, have I gone in here? I think this is new. Whoa. Damn, silly goose. Oh, I only get 3 hearts on a revive. I see, I see, I see. Alright, I'm not really sure what's the best spot to go to then. Oh, these hurt me? Shit. I thought those only hurt me once I woke them up. Alright, then I'm really not sure where to go. I guess we'll go back through the graveyard. Because we haven't gone all the way on the other side of the graveyard. I don't think we've gone, like, up top. Oh, wait, no, we hadn't done that top right area. This way, I think. Because I went down to the peninsula instead. Ow! That was bad spawn. Automod. What'd you get automodded for? Armos. That must be another word in another language. Touching? Oh, the shield side. Okay, thank you. Oh, I got a heart there. I'm just gonna run through. Oh, we had been in the— ow. Don't like that. Loser! Get frozen. Oh god, there's so many of you! Immediately talk shit, immediately scared. Ah! God. Oh god, those ones don't— oh, fuck. It's fine. Question, maybe an answer for you. We'll see. Okay. Is this the shield side? No, the shield side is the left side, eh? It is. Oh god, can I get through without getting jumped on? Whew. Brother, I don't need anything. No! If you go to your house and unplug my Wi-Fi and I'm not having you restart the stream, can you duel you again? No. No. You had the one. You've got to accept your loss. You've got to accept your loss. I don't duel again when I lose. Look, sometimes things just happen the way in life, you know? Not always the way we want. You just gotta learn to accept these things, Shiny, okay? Okay? I would love to get another heart here. Ah! Fuck, dude. Now I need 2 fucking hearts. God damn you, son of a bitch. I bet I'm not even gonna get 1 here. What the? You and your little friends too, you son of a bitch. You gotta cancel your flight tickets. Yeah, leave my Wi-Fi alone. Oh, I walked right into that. I was trying to bob and weave so it wouldn't happen. I bobbed and weaved right into that. I'm gonna kill myself in this Christian Minecraft server. I don't even know where I'm going at this point. Oh, back through the desert. Ah, I always get the thing when I don't need it. I always get the freeze after everyone's done. Ooh, don't like that. Ooh, don't like that. Damn it. I thought that was enough hearts. Stop hopping all- They really do remind me of like JJK curses. I think it's the eyes mostly. The singular eye. Hello, would anyone like to drop me another heart? For just please. Just please. Yippee! Oh, they were so nice to drop another heart for me. I don't think we've been up this way. What's this way? This feels like maybe a bit of a maze. This feels like maybe a bit of a maze. This feels like maybe a bit of a maze. Oh, wait. This does not feel like a maze. Also, I saw something down there running at me. Dungeon 2? Dungeon 2? Local Ray screams out, Octorox dies from embarrassment. News I love. You think I'd die from embarrassment, dude? You've never met me. Don't say oh no! Oh no, don't say oh no. You ever knew Zelda had a pixel version? Don't- wait. This is Dungeon 5. Oh god. Not me. I would. I would. This is so on brand for me to get to Dungeon 5 before I ever should be able to. Do I have to kill that first one before I can kill the key one? Guys, it's dark in here, dude. Fucking Ronald McDonald, the McBurglars here. How are you guys going through things? Oh, my key? Candles light up the dark. Okay, that's kind of what I was wondering. Dig Dogger hates certain kinds of sound. Okay, so I'm guessing there's certain weapons that make certain kinds of sounds. I see. I see, I see, I see. Stop. Stop dodging and leaving me, dude. Red means spicy water. That's what I figured. That was a Japanese clue. I see. Okay, I just would like to request can I do anything here? Is there anything I could do here? Or, like, can I even do anything in this dungeon? Do I need something to be able to get over the water? Okay, so just leave. Got it. Okay, thank you. I will go this way, though, and I guess we'll see if we get any drops, right? I figure if we're already here, we might as well see. You guys are spooky. You guys are kind of spooky. Man, you guys be taking a lot of health, eh? These look like, where the little foxes, the desert foxes. Pay the fee if I want to play more. Hey, don't try and go out that door. Alright, I think we're wasting time in here. We're gonna have to come back anyways. Let me leave. Yeah, I see that level 5 up there. I did not notice that beforehand. Level 5. Let it ride. Alright. Well, that's a preview for what we'll hopefully get to eventually. If I actually figure anything out. Well, if this is level 5, then I feel like I probably shouldn't be up here yet. Ooh, ouch. Damn it, I lost it now. Okay, but it's okay, I can get around. Master using it, and you can have this. Give it now! Damn it, dude. That's bullshit, dude! They're taunting me! They're taunting me! Oh. There's so many jumpy boys. So many yumpy boys. God. Please. Oh god, this again. I hate boulders, I hate rocks, I hate boulders, I hate rocks. I don't even know what they're supposed to be. I don't know if they're supposed to be boulders or rocks, but they are gonna hurt. I know that much, and that's really all that matters here. You don't even lift, you aren't ready for the white sword. I don't know if I'm ready for the sword I have. Who thought that was a good idea, eh? Who thought that was a good idea? Let's be honest. Okay, we've been here. Oh, my heart. Damn it. I keep trying to explore. I guess the left side of the map? I feel like we got most of it. Some old guy, who are you to question strange old hermits living in crabs? In caves? In caves. Bleh. Not crabs. Would like more hearts. My greed. My greed drives me. Fuck, dude. And my greed's ruining my life. I'd even get a heart. Checks out. Classic Zelda. Classic Zelda. Ruining my life. Give me a heart. Why no heart? Why do you hate me? The rupee wasn't worth it. Are we back here? I don't want to be back here. This is the man who won't talk to me. Ow! Bad spawn. Oof, God. Oof, God. Oof, God. I think we were already up here. I can't remember what it was. Is that the man who won't- That's the man who won't talk to me, I think. Unless I pay him. Like it's an OnlyFans situation. Level 1 is a tree. Yeah. We got that one. I guess we'll go back to the graveyard and see if I can do anything above it. Bye, losers! You're very scary, though. You're all very scary, please. Like I said, from the right, they look like cute doggies from the side, but they were not cute doggies. There's a lot of face and hands type of game. There's a lot of put my face right on my hands. There are hands on my face, whatever, you know what I mean. I don't know if we've gone this way yet. This way and up. Let's see. I explored the Eastern Forest. I mean, we did, and we kept kind of getting to the Eastern Peninsula, so that's why I hadn't gone back there. But yeah, we'll explore this area a little more. Ah! Pincher attack, dude! God, leave me alone! See, because now I feel like I'm up here, and then I think this just kind of leads us to the... Yeah, okay. I guess I gotta keep going to the right. Can you please get me a heart? No, I don't want that. I want a heart. No, I don't want that. I want a heart. Oh! Whew. That's a lot, y'all. Oh, I don't think we've come up here, actually. I do think- Heart! Ooh, 2 heart. Okay, I don't know if we've been in here yet. I'm poor, sir. Leave me alone. Oh, man, that's a lot of guys with fucking knives and arrows. Well, I think they only have arrows. Oof, gosh. That kind of looks like they have knives when they're pointing to the side. Ha, you thought you could turn it. Oh, wait, fuck. Not me talking shit, not having immediate. Oh! Go back down the way I came. Yeah, no money for arrows. Too broke. Too much of a broke-ass bitch. Mostly because I'm not killing much stuff anymore. I'm guessing this is the Eastern Forest I'm gonna be exploring, right? So just keep going around here. Bring it around town. Ooh. Wait, is this the one I just went in? Yeah, it is, right? Yeah, it is. I'm a silly goose. But maybe you guys will have another heart for me. You guys were nice enough to have a heart for me last time. Be very cool if you were nice enough to have another. Just saying, just saying. That'd be very cool. Ooh, yippee. Almost full hearts. Oh, what the hell? I'll remember this, you son of a bitch. Is this a new thing? This just kind of stands out to me. Only you can prevent forest fires. Oh, yo! What do you... Did she just restore? Oh, okay, it just restores my health. I'll take it. Oh, God. There's so many of them. And there go my hearts. Well, I guess I could grab them back, right? Will she give them back to me again? It stands out for a good reason. Okay. I can't imagine it matters which direction I would light it on fire, right? If that was the thing. And all I've got otherwise is... Okay. I'm guessing I don't have whatever that needs. Something on down here? Ow! God damn it. You son of a bitch! I don't know if we've gone up here. I think we have. Ooh, I will not- Ah! Trying to not go that way. I feel like I'm definitely going in circles, I think. Wait, that kind of looks new. Yeah, no item. Okay. Yeah, dude, I don't think I'd ever have the patience to play this if I was, like, younger than the age of 16 as a kid. It's just so much exploration to not quite know what you needed to do, you know? Like, not... I'd probably just... I'd probably be too impatient. Oh, fucking cunt. Get back here! Damn it, I was hoping you'd give me health. Ah, this kind of looks newish, actually. The half of secrets on the overworld are found by trial and error. Oof, yeah. That's very tough. Ugh, you son of a bitch. I'm trying to get heart from one of them if I can. What the fuck? He just ran me over! Oh my god, fuck him. I think I've already been here. Oh my god, Jesus. Yeah. Yo, Creepy! Hello! Welcome on in! Howdy, howdy! Hello! Hi, Dame! Hi, Sigma! Welcome, Raiders! Hello, hello! Hello! How was stream? Hi, guys! Hello! What are you guys up to? Oh, Fatal Frame! Yo, how's it been? I saw that came out! I'm a big fan of horror games, so I haven't played any of the Fatal Frame games, but I know they're, like, really beloved. So... Can I? But yeah, welcome. We are retro gaming. We are starting a Zelda marathon. And we are starting with the first one. We are indeed struggle busing here. Welcome! It's pretty good. The combat is very different from what you're used to. You keep getting lost. Well, if it makes you feel better, I am very lost in this forest right now. We are very, very lost. Neravant, welcome on in too. It's dangerous to go around. Exactly. Rob the old man. Yeah, what's he gonna do? He's old. You guys think he's gonna fight back? Sorry, I just had the loudest motorcycle in the world drive back. Have we tried left yet? I don't think as much as we probably should. Let me go to the left. To the left, to the left. Oh wait, this looks new. This looks new and maybe we can get a heart here. Yeah, get up on the stairs, losers. So I can stab you. No! That was on me. That was on me. That was on me. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. If anyone's new here, I am... Sorry, I was locked down the gaming. I am Synth. I am a devil ray. It's like a mana ray, but more horns. More spooky. More evil. And we stream a lot of variety. I like, we like horror games. We do a lot of daily. You son of a bitch! Give me that heart. Yeah, I know the greed every time. Sorry. Me saying "you son of a bitch" in the middle of trying to explain myself is probably the most accurate intro you could possibly get. I like a lot of variety. We like horror. We play a lot of dealies. If you like things like Wordle or Scrandle or what else do we play? Just a lot of silly word games, daily games like that. We play a lot of crap like that. Pokédoll. And trying to think of what else we get up to. I don't know. Just really whatever comes to mind. We do a lot of silly stuff. Dandy, have a good sleep. Thank you so much for hanging out. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. Sigma, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. We also like to do marathons. I love just expanding the amount of games I've played before. So, oh my god, kill me. So we are currently starting the Zelda marathon. Yes, variety of spice of life, and spice scares the Brits away. Oh, not yet. You're just getting EV. But yeah, sorry. No worries. Dame, I'm so glad to see you here. Oh, they've been on your late hours. Yeah, we kinda be hitting the late streams lately. I think for anyone, if you're not in the US, stream times are pretty late. But I'm glad to see you. I hope you've been doing well. Oh, ouch. Give me that heart. Yippee! We can do projectiles now! Yippee! I need this. I needed this. I desperately needed this. I don't know where we're going. But yeah, we also like to tell dad jokes. Bad jokes, dad jokes, sad jokes. However you want to explain them. Alright, sorry. Hold on. I gotta lock in on this. You've never played a single one of them. So I had an NES growing up, so I played OG Zelda, but did not get very far, because as I was just saying, I don't think I can see immediately now why I never completed this game on the original NES. I think I would have had zero patience for that. Okay, we've been over here already. Fudge! I lost my abilities. Drop a heart. Drop a heart. Damn it. Okay, we can't do anything with that yet. Dad jokes, sad jokes, but we have to have a sad dad joke. Are we winning? We're trying, but we're kind of bad. Also, Loud Hailer, welcome on in. Hello, hello. Yes, ma'am, please fix me. She can fix me, and then she gives me all the health I need. Ooh, there's so many boys there. They scare me. Fairy of the Lake, what wisdom do you bring? You had NES, but not Zelda. You remember Mario and Duck Hunt? I have. I say had, but I still have all my NES games. I have a shit ton of NES games, actually. I've talked about it before, but my mom got it from a yard sale, and someone must have just been giving away, like, genuinely what was their whole NES collection. Sometimes I've gone into retro game stores, or just, like, game stores in general, and I'm like, I think I have more NES games at home than what they have here. I have, like, Elmo, I have Duck Hunt with the gun. I'm not finding shit in this forest, guys, I'm gonna be honest. The Eastern Forest is ruining my life. Wade plays Barbie Win. I think growing up I had like a Barbie horse game. Dream Horse Barbie, I don't know. I'm gonna kill you. Oh, I hate you spinny guys. You're ruining my life. I think this is the most rage we've had during a game, if I'm gonna be completely honest. This is the most like, oh, I'm gonna get you every time. Oh, yeah, that sucks. I was luckily allowed to keep all of my games. So it was NES and Sega for a really long time for me. So even though they were older than my time, my first game consoles were like the OGs, NES, Sega. Loud Hailer, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. And then, trying to think of what else. The stairs you died at was the way up. But fuck, dude. I don't know which stairs I died at. I've died like a bajillion times. Also, we're going up. I thought we were exploring the forest more. All the way over here? I didn't see any stairs. But yeah, I had those until eventually we got given a PlayStation. My uncle gifted us a PlayStation when we were kids. I say we. I have 2 older siblings, to clarify. Going up, up, up. Dude, I gotta rewatch K-pop Demon Hunters. I watched it with some friends, but they kind of like, everyone was singing the songs the whole time, which is fine, but as a first watch, I was like, I can't even hear some of what's happening, dude. Alright, if you guys see the stairs I need to go to, please point them out to me. I will try and find our way back to them. I gotta kill more things. We need more rupees. My greed. At this point, feel free to nudge me a little more. We're kind of just going around in circles at this point. So nudges would be very helpful. I've already been here. K-pop Demon Hunters 2 coming soon. Wait, I haven't been in here. Is this new? We have not been in here. I'm sure it's just be a guy selling shit. Oh, wait. Oh, no one's here. Maybe I have been here. Wait, no, this is the starting. I'm an idiot. Oh my god, everything's starting to look the same. Oh god. Oh god. It's further east. Okay. Right, east. Yeah, the go left was throwing me off there. Starting. Yeah, no, I realized it's the start. I realized my mistake immediately. I was like, oh wow, and I was like, wait, nothing's in here. No, this is the starting cave. Shit. I am getting the Zelda mush brain, dude. I feel like it had to be somewhere around here, right? I didn't realize the first game is so maze-like. Ah. Oh, no. It's amazing joke in there for the Overwatch fans. But yeah, once you guys have, for anyone who has the Zelda lore, once you've seen me just kind of wandering 7 times, feel free to be like, hey man, you're going the wrong way. I would like to get through the games at a decent pace, not a 10 hours later pace, you know, kind of thing. If we can. I know that's maybe not. Up a tile and left a tile. Wait, like these here? Am I going here? I thought we were trying to stay in the forest. Fucking cunt! They're pushing me around. Fairy, come back, I need you. Fudge! Oof. Okay, okay. It's okay. Alright. These stairs? Are these the stairs? From brown rocks down 2 tiles, left 1 tile. Wait, hold on. I don't think we've been up here. I'm curious. I'll go back down. Down 2 tiles and left 1 tile. Okay. Ow. Fuck! That's on me. That's 1 tile down. That's 2 tile down, eh? And left. We'll see if I did this right. Oh, that was the way to Dungeon 5. Dude, if you think I have enough memory to where everything looks the same... Well, you said the stairs! I haven't seen any stairs! Those are the only stairs I've seen around this area, so that's why I was like, is it that one? Also, this is not... I'm not seeing anything here. Up 1, left 1. Okay, hold on. I think that was left. Go up. Ah, give me my heart. This is the sand area. Oh, after going back, you said from the rocks, though, it was down 2 and left 1. I'm gonna kill myself. In Minecraft. And also in Zelda. Oh, these stairs! Okay. Fuck, you son of a bitch. Stop bullying me! I'm gonna die at these stairs again. Get away. He's chasing me, he knows. Oh, let me in! Okay. Woo, we made it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the assistance. Yeah, we were dying in here. Then God will at least spawn inside the cave, right? Okay, yeah. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, level 2, Moon. Oh my god, they're fast as fuck, boys. Ah! Ouch. Yowza, dude. Big youchie on that one. Ooh, give me that key. And I don't care to fight any of you. I just need my key. Leave me alone. Ooh, a heart. God damn it. Come get me. Come get me. Idiot. Idiot. Alright. I'll go this way, I guess. Oh, too many ways this way. I don't like it. Oh, my compass. Ow! Let me get my boomerang out. For the slime times. I don't feel like a slime will drop a heart, but I'm trying to be optimistic, you know? Yep, nope, okay. Do slimes drop heart? Does anyone know? If that's actually an option. Nope, that's where we gotta go. Oh my god, they're all over there. Woo! Ow! Oh, what? I thought you couldn't throw stuff through blocks. Damn, okay. No worries, no worries. Alright, well, we know where we're going. We got the compass, so that's nice. Hell yes, projectiles. Gotta be quicker than that, you son of a bitch. I think this is where we got the key from, was it not? I mean, I'll kill him still for the rupees, but... Okay. Across, then... twice. Okay, thank you, thank you. Just take the rupee just because I'm getting greedy at this point. Or not the rupee, the hearts. Ow! That's mean. You know what? Because that man hit me, you're all going to be part of a terrorist situation. That's right. And I'll do it again! Fuck, hold on. You know what? This is personal. You're just getting stabbed. Full hearts. Ah, true. Yeah. I can buy arrows now. I didn't even mean to get that guy. Ow! Where? Be bombed. And a heart. Ah! Stop chasing me. Get over here, you son of a bitch. Ah, fool! Oh, and a key. Let's go. Okay. The dungeons are definitely my favorite part, I have to say. Oh, God. Oh, this is some Mario shit. Get out of here, dude. Fuck off. Oh. I don't like that. That was spooky. That was so many of them. Moldrome! Alright, you guys know all the names. I do appreciate it, though. I didn't know we had so much Zelda knowledge in here. What? What? Yippee! Fairy! Not that I need it, but it would have been nice. Ooh, Triceratops, dude. Is that what this is? I don't know if that's actually doing damage. Oh, this is the Dodongo. Ah. Dodongo, let me know. Which noises do you hate? Okay, you don't seem to mind that one. Now, do you like, just like is it a loud noise? Like a bomb? You're not a big fan of bombs? Yippee! Another heart! Dig Dogger is the one who hates specific noise. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. My bad. I didn't mean to mix them up. My Triforce! Yippee! Gimme! Yoinkies! Cool! Count them! Cool! Triforces. Don't forget the item. Yeah, do I have to go back now to get this item? I was gonna say, yeah, that was... You're supposed to get the items, right? So... Let me go see. So will the items be things like, oh, you found the raft or whatever? Oh god, I hate the speed snakes! I hate the speed snakes. I feel like we didn't go very far to the right, so... That's where... I think this is where the compass came from. Oh, right, I didn't use my key. Wait, did I? No, I did. Oh, God. Let me up! Fuck! My heart! This looks important. This is oh god, this is some Mario shit. Is there anything in here? Like, I feel like this is a room just to be a room. You know what? Fuck you too, Snake. God damn it. You're supposed to get a hint that told him he doesn't like smoke. Ah, okay. He can't he can't handle the smoke, I see. Okay. Oh, clearly that was the item room. Okay. I'll go back then. Thank you. Yeah, basically, like, the ideal, for anyone who has the knowledge, the ideal backseat gaming, if you would be so kind, is to just kind of herd me the way we gotta go. That would be lovely. Okay. Ah! Oh my gosh, I'll fucking die. Yeah, if you see me wandering for too long, be like, nah, that's the wrong way. Yeah, and in a case like that where I've avoided the room I should be in, that's ideal to be like, hey man. Please, one of you have a heart for me. Oh, a key. Okay. Was it this one? Time to commit an Oppenheimer in this room. Oh no. Oh, the map. But this is like not necessary, right? Hold on. You're right. The bombs would have been a good call. The slimes are so cute. I almost feel bad killing them. There we go. My map! Yeah, we didn't even have the map. We just have the compass. Which, like, I feel like you don't really need the map, to be honest, so... You son of a bitch. I need those hearts, dude. Is it this way? And that's why this is called Moon. Wait, sorry. Why is it called Moon? Because things are blue? Or because you put a bunch of holes in it? Oh, the map shape. Oh, I see. Okay. I wasn't really looking at the map shape, to be honest, that much. That's kind of neat, though. I do love, like, just, like, seeing what a community ends up, like, calling stuff and stuff. Especially, like, the speedrunning community. I feel like they have so much of that. Like, specific names for things you do and stuff. Oh, another heart. Okay, gimme. Not this way. I really was thinking at first for the first dungeon that like all the wait, not this way either. Up, up. Ow. Damage are made after the shape. Yeah, that makes sense. What's the first one called? Tree? Was that tree? Or is that just because there was a tree? Time to do acts of terrorism. Catch! Oh fuck, I'm out. Dungeon 1's eagle. Okay, yeah, of course, right, that makes sense. That totally makes sense, right? The eagle. The eagles landed. God damn it. I'm so annoyed I didn't get that. And I think I'm out of bombs now, which makes it extra fun. Okay, 1 heart. Give me the freeze. I totally ran into that. Yeah. You gotta stab them from the top when they least expect it. I think I had to go up a few times, right? I'm really not memorizing the map. Up. It's like up, right? Oh, there was... Okay, it spawned bombs. Oh my god, these sons of bitches, they're traveling in packs! Pack tactics, dude! They're getting initiative advantage! Cut that shit out! Ooh. Fuck, dude, if I can... Ooh, I froze them both together and that was great, but then... Oh, god. God, I'm gonna fucking die. There's just so much... It's just so many projectiles in that bitch. Right, and then like up 3 times and left, I think. Or sorry, up 3 times and then right again. Baited, idiot. Damn, no hearts for me. Hi Shoujo! Hello, hello, howdy. Jabroni, you thought you could hit me. You thought you could hit me. You thought wrong! You're a snake! Oh god, Jesus Christ. Do you guys ever consider not using, like, boomerangs like your life depends on it? It'd be so cool. Be just the sickest. I think you guys would be cooler if you weren't using boomerangs. Ah. Ow! And then to the right now? Yeah. Okay, at least I'm learning the map, I guess. Fudge! Stop! I'm not frustrated. Fuck. Okay, we just gotta lock in. I just gotta lock the fuck in, you know? I just gotta channel my inner, you know, I know Link. I've broken pots before, you know, we go way back. We go way back. I think the first Zelda game, well, I mean, we do go way back. I probably was like 4 or 5 playing this, to be honest. All this suffering for a boomerang? Ugh, disgusting. You Son of a bitch. Yeah, give me that heart. But you know, we broke pots in Wind Waker. I played a little Twilight Princess. I played whatever the one on the Switch is, Breath of the Wild. Although Breath of the Wild's too much. You're giving me too much freedom in a Zelda game. I don't want that much freedom. Brother, they fucking ganged up on me. Jesus. Okay, that was a 2-for-1 hit. We love to see that. I just need, like, at least one of you to die. Ooh. God, I'm so annoyed. It's just so much crap in there. Also, once again, I will say, one thing I hate about older video games is a game that makes you redo, like, 4 minutes to get back to... I mean, this is partially because we didn't get the item in time, right? Well, maybe not. I guess it's just the way I think Zelda's set up a little bit. But, like, please, stop making me walk through the dungeon to get to the same spot I was at. It's like when you have a game where, like... Oh, you son of a bitch, get back here. Where, like, you gotta listen to the fucking cutscene for 1,000 times every time you die to the boss. That's always the worst! I think Kingdom Hearts is really bad about that, right? If I remember correctly? Kingdom Hearts is also, I would love to finally play all those games. But yeah, if you gotta listen to, at some point you're like, meh, 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 like, before you get to the fight, like, at some point you're just mocking the boss before you, I think I gotta go one more up, right? Yeah. I think the cutscene's the worst. There was something, I can't remember, I want to say it was Resident Evil. There was something for Resident Evil, I feel like, where I had to keep, like, going back to do certain things before I could redo a certain part, and I was like, I'm gonna lose it, dude. I'm gonna lose it. Get away. Leave me alone. Fucking... I hate you. I hate you in particular. And you too. 20 minutes of unskippable dialogue before a fight is my nemesis. Yeah, agreed. This is gonna be over very quickly. I'm gonna channel my inner chihuahua and just start. I mean, at least I'm just channeling rupees in here. Almost full hearts? Yo, if I get one more heart. Nope, but we'll take the rupees. That's something. That's something. But yeah, making me listen to 10 minutes of cutscene dialogue before you'll let me fucking play. Oof. Oof, you're my nemesis, dude. That game is my nemesis. Agreed. Yes, yes. Stop bullying me! Oof. I hate the snakes. I hate the snakes. They're just too fucking speedy. Alright. Why do you have so much health? Okay, one of them's dead, and I'm... Oh, God. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm only gonna cry in the shower about this later. I feel like this boomerang's not even gonna be worth it. I thought this was like a necessary item to protect, to get through the rest of the story. Oh, God. What? I it even kill that one? Leave me alone. But it'll probably come in handy. I imagine it'll come in handy. I know I probably need it. But like, damn. Stuff. Oh, you coward. You coward. You saw me waiting and you ran away. I hate these boomerang bitches, dude. Flies faster across the whole crane, and it can pick up items when it crosses over them. Okay, I see, I see. That was a bad choice. I just wish I had anything to fight them. I, like, really don't have much here. I'm gonna have to just do it off of pure whatever the fuck. My hope has really been, I wish I'd been able to get enough hearts to use my, like, flying sword. Are you- You should've gotten hit by that boomerang, I swear to God, dude. I mean, go get health and come back. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to keep the health, right? Like, that's the- Oh, I see what you mean. Like, go get more hearts and then come back to this dungeon. I feel like I'm never coming back here if I don't do it now, to be honest. I feel like if we leave, I'm just gonna be like, I don't care enough for the boomerang. Whatever. I'm not going back there. I hate you shitty little fucking snakes. One of you better give me a heart here, I swear. Otherwise, you're my... Ooh, I hate snakes. 1 health. 1 health in a dream. Oh, man. Boy, howdy. Boy, howdy. Yeah, it might just be an OG boomerang. I will give this 3 more tries, and then I'm gonna leave. Okay, 4 hearts. That's promising so far. We got 1 heart. Good freeze, good freeze. I won't lose any hearts here then. Okay, 4 hearts still. Hate the boomerang boys, but I think I can run past them. Alright, there's only so much range. I started getting nervous there. I'm gonna cheat with the snakes here a little bit. Oh, you bitch. I was really hoping we could get another heart there. Oh god. Oh god, Jesus fucking Christ. There's so much shit! And they're just traveling packs. Okay, 2 more. Not me getting heart pains, dude. What that was? You guys ever had that? You guys ever had that where you just go, oh, this is a sharp pain in my chest? That's probably concerning. Anyways. Big old time freeze. Well, I can't get like a time, you know, can I carry the time freeze into the other room? Not the gamer sweats. My hands, dude. My hands, when I hold the controller, so sweaty. Oof, you're all dying. You're all dying. The snakes are rage baiting me, to be honest. Quite frankly, the snakes are rage baiting me. That boomerang was coming for me. Thank you so much for the chicken or the taxes. I know the things. Sorry, I'm stressed. Ooh, 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 ooh. Come here, you son of a bitch! You get over here. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Oh, there's the time! They're fucking... That's rage baiting me, dude. Stop traveling in groups! You guys are... I don't think you understand how hard it is to hit you when you're all fucking in a line like that. Because then you guys are all boomeranging me from the same... Getting boomer banged, dude, at this point. Can some of you drop a heart when you die, too? That would be fucking lovely. Eventually swinging wildly. There's... Oh, ropes never come back. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, at some point it's just... I said I was getting boomer banged, dude. Something like... Get slapped by 5 of them! That's what it feels like, dude. Unconsensual boomer bang. Get out of here, you son of a... Get away! Ah, oh, thank God. Which one of you is dropping a heart? You better. You son of a bitch. You did not. And you stole my rupee. I couldn't get it in time. Ah! Alright, that was the last try. I don't care about this dungeon anymore. I'm not gonna waste more time here. I'm leaving. Boomerang, go fuck yourself. Boomerang, I hope you die. I hope no one ever picks you up or loves you or cares about you ever. Alright, another dungeon somewhere. Not me getting a bomb as soon as I leave the dungeon. The blue ring. Okay. Is there a corner of the map where I should be attempting to find the blue ring? If you were to say like a northwest, east, south, west, west, you know? Any opinions on where you think that would maybe be located if you had to give an approximate guess of sorts? Northwest. Okay, perfect. We are pretty over here. That's fine. That is perfect. Northwest is a great description. Northeast. We'll take that heart, thank you. More west than upper corner. Okay, got it, got it. Oh my god! Stop jumping on me! I'm just a little guy. Whoops, I did not mean to hit that guy with the boomerang. I hate all of you. I hate you the most, actually, though. I need 250 rupees by. Okay, we're almost there, so that looks pretty good to me. I feel like we're pretty close to 250 at this point, so I need 8 more rupees. What did I do? This isn't a maze. This feels like this must be a maze. This feels like this must be a maze. This feels like this must be a maze. And I think I got to Dungeon 5. That's so funny. Oh god. I don't think it was here, right? Doesn't matter. No, I knew. I just wanted to see. I was like, I think that's what it was, right? I was double checking. Okay. Honestly, I'm fine with having a reset. Dude, when the little guys hit me, oh, rage bait supreme for me. Nah, get close enough, bitch. Oh wait. I forget I have the boomerang sometimes when I'm not in the dungeon. Because it's like, it feels unfair to just boomerang the little guys, dude. Oh, reset put me closer to where I need to be. Okay. Oh, I'm thinking northeast. Sorry, I'm an idiot, dude. Hold on. I was going the wrong way. Ah, fuck. Dungeon 1. I hate the guys in the water. Get over here. Everyone get over here. You're getting stabbed. Wait, I need that heart before it vanishes. Alright. Ooh, 2 hearts. Don't mind if I do. Northwest. Oh, God. Ooh, I don't even think I could hit those, right? I'm just gonna bounce where they bounce. Oh, they don't bounce back. Okay, good to know. Wait, this is not the way I need to go. More north. You can't kill them until a link to the past? Damn, I was gonna ask, can I kill them? So thank you for answering that question for me, but the answer is no. Best to just ignore them, the way I've been doing. Stop, frogs, please. God, what have I ever done? I hate it here. I hate it here. Down to my last little half a heart. You can, but it's not rowing. They almost never get close to the water's edge. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Alright, probably go more west than before I go north this time. That was cowardice. I got him from behind the bush or whatever that is. Is killing anything in this game rewarding? I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it sometimes. Feels like I'm just, why are we put on this earth? Just to suffer? Just to suffer? Ooh, give me that heart. I feel like no, cursed. That sounds cursed. I don't like what's being said there. Or maybe that's a me problem. Alright, well, we have almost enough. I think this is just a normal, like, do you want... Yeah. Buy something, will ya? I will not. Don't tell me what to do. Damn it. I feel like I know where I need to go, but I'm having a hard time figuring out how to... Oh wait, that's the ring's in there? Oh, the ring's over here? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I gotta get these guys? Okay. Hey, that's not fair that you guys can just do the sand thing. I can't do the sand thing. Stop pushing me into each other. You son of a bitch, get back here. Levers are cursed. Yeah, it seems like it. Stop. Cut it out. Alright. I'm guessing one of these. Can I kill these guys? Can I even kill them? Okay. They get worse in the 3D Zeldas when you can see the texture details. Damn. Oh! 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 Oh, thank God, dude. I had just enough. 251. There go all my rupees. Alright, what does the ring do? Sorry, sir, I'm leaving your home immediately. Oh! Is this better armor? More new color, dude. New color Link. New Link, who dis, dude? I'm just exploring. Oh, shit. Fuck yeah, dude. Heal the hell out of me. Let's go. Now all damage is halved. Oh, nice, nice. Okay, okay, okay. Love to see it. Love to see it. Love to be it. There is another ring, but that's later. Okay, okay. I know this probably isn't the way we need to go. I was just going this way, though, just to see what's up. Ooh. No, the last time you got love from a pond in the woods, you had to get shots. Oh no. Oh wait, sorry. Northwest, southwest. I don't think we ever explored past the graveyard, so that's where I'm trying to go. Yeah, I totally thought we had killed these guys earlier. That's why I was like beefing with them for so long. Like I said, they look like little cute doggies or, I don't know, something cute when they're sideways. But when they turn and you see the two swords they're trying to stab you with, they look like monsters. Horrific. Ah, I don't like that. Oof. Oh. Oh, Dungeon 6, god damn it. Lionel's half lion center. Oh, you son of a bitch. You cheating son of a bitch. You're blocking. You guys are... You're cheating, you're cheating, you're cheating. Let me out. I feel like the real play is I should have turned around and died in the dungeon. I would have brought all my health back. Ooh. 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 Oh my god, no thank you. I'd rather go back over here. Oh my god, stop camping the stairs! Get off the stairs! Get off the stairs! I might need to go that way. I want to go that way. Phew, okay, I guess we will not go that way. There's not really a way to go this way. It's the only ways down. I don't even think I'm supposed to really be here. Yo, I'm so sorry, sir! Did not mean to disturb you. In your peace. Buy something, will ya? Well, I'm broke. Sorry, bud. After Dungeon 4, you can go tackle them out of order. Okay, good to know. Oh god, boulders. Oh god, they're bouncing. Ooh, this is where I was trying to get to earlier. This is what I thought the northwest area we were trying to get to was, to be honest. Ooh, a heart, yippee. I was hoping for that. Oh, that's a lot of shit I don't want to fuck with. I'll go this way. Please don't also be a- I mean, I don't really like you, but you're not as bad as the other options, so... Is this just a big arrow telling me to go the other way? Is that what this is? Because that's so fucking funny. That's hilarious. That's just the arrow that's saying, yeah, not this way, bud. Not dead end. Have you considered going left? Ow. Ow. Okay, so there's at least 6 dungeons. We need to find 4 more. Sorry, there's 2 more that we have not located that we need to do before we get to 5 or 6. That's what I was trying to say. Is it worth exploring the forest still? Or has, like, the forest served its purpose for us? Oh, give me that, please. Thank you. I just feel like I've kind of gone to a lot of spots. But, I mean, obviously I haven't. Obviously there's still things I'm looking for. The south. Okay. Hey! Hey, stop. That shit hurts, dude. I feel like we had come to the south. Okay. Okay, bomb stuff and burn bushes to find secrets. Gotcha. Okay. What are secrets exactly in the context of Zelda? Like, will they be the raft I need? Are they just fun things? Like, is it anything useful that I'm like I'll have to eventually? Or like, you can get to that whenever you get to that type of thing? More heart containers and rupee givers. Ah, okay, so yeah, still pretty useful stuff, actually. Gotcha. Okay, thank you, thank you. Meet the old man at the grave. Yeah. You already told us that. And there was no old man when we got there. Will the old man show up later? Oh, sorry, some things are secret-like. I see. I think this man won't talk to us, if I remember correctly. Yeah. That guy's just sit there smiling with a fucking stupid-ass look on his face, dude. In terms of Zelda 1, you didn't find the secret of the graveyard. Oh, there's a secret in there. Man, I'm going to be very frustrated with this game, let me tell you. Because it's like, so Zelda is a game where you just click on everything. Is that correct? You just try and interact with everything you possibly can, because it might be a secret. It's like, that seems to be the vibes, right? Okay, got it. Got it. Okay, good to know. There'll be a lot of wasting my time then. I feel like the thing that's especially difficult is that you can't find all the secrets at the same time. So, like, I don't know, most of the NES games I played were not click everything, talk to everyone. I guess I'll waste all my bombs here. This is probably also going to be a waste, but okay, yeah. Especially since things require bombs and stuff, like it's, you know. For side-scrolling of this, I'm not a big side-scroller person, to be honest. I would like to play Metroid at some point, but I don't really fuck with side-scrollers. Mario was my exception growing up, to be honest. I don't know what it is about side-scrollers, it's just not... And the thing is, too, is Metroid also is like a platformer, right? Oh, okay, this was the ring area. And I don't like platformers either. So yeah, maybe I'll just skip games if I'll date them. That's probably what I'll do. To the south, right? That's where we were trying to go. And there's nothing there. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I feel like I'm just gonna end up back at Dungeon 1 going this way with my luck. Oh, you son of a bitch. Hey, I'm gonna need you to drop a heart for- You're gonna have to die because your friend hit me. And you don't have a heart for me even, you died for nothing. God damn it. Stop pushing me around like that. Like, I think I've already been over here, to be honest. Yeah, this is just a normal dude, right? But I do feel like maybe I need to set these... Did we check right? Yeah, I can't go right because I don't have the platform or whatever I need. Okay, those trees do not seem to care. Oh. I don't know if that heart got grabbed. Ugh. I think if you mean over here, like slightly to the right, I think I had, and I don't really remember it being... Oh wait, never mind. I lied. I was thinking of the other one. Oh, you son of a bitch. Ah! Ah! Being assaulted while I'm trying to play my Zelda. But at least I'm not being a peppered, I guess. Why do I look different in here? Is it just the lighting? That's a different Link. There's an imposter, dude. There's an imposter in here. Hi, little slimes. You look so cute. Little slime guys. I imagine you'll stop being cute here in a little bit, but you look very cute for now. Manji. Ah. I don't fuck with those guys. I feel like they're like kick my ass. Compass. Hell yeah. Wait, I do have a key, right? Ow! Stop! Door open! Jesus! Right, the boomerang just kills them. Okay, we gotta do it in one run. Go! Oh! Oh, you're like me! You're immune to it! Well, I'm not immune to a boomerang, but they are. Oh, oh god, oh god, oh god, dude, anything that looks like that in a video game like this is gonna fuck my shit up. Door stuck, exactly. Well, it's not the outfit. To clarify. Oh, that's all they do? Oh, they're cute. Okay. Right, boomerangs. Oh, key. Okay. Yoinkies. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, the Night Boys, yeah. Once I realized they were immune, I was like, oh no, dude. Like I said earlier, I have an idea that they're gonna fuck my shit up, and they indeedly do. Immediately started fucking my shit up. I'm guessing you probably have to, like, only hit them from a certain angle, like, where, oh god, they don't have shields, stuff like that, I bet. No slime, come here. Little slime, come here. That was not what I was trying to do, but that is kind of funny. Let's just turn around. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out, goddamn. Ah! Damn it. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Okay. Oof. I think I might call it after this dungeon. Are there 6 dungeons total? How many dungeons are there? Well, I mean, no, 8, right? They said the one piece was split into 8 pieces, right? Nine, okay. The one piece is in 9 pieces. Got it. 8 to fish. I have to fight Sauron. Oh god, dude. God, I'm not fast enough. Okay, they don't care for the they don't care about the boomerang at all. Got it. In fact, I think I'm just running into them. They're not being damaged at all. I'm just damaging myself. That's lovely. That's lovely. You fucking cunt! Stop turning around before I can. Yeah, am I just hurting myself hitting them? No, okay, there we go. That one got it. Sauron's currently gym maxing. Oh, I was just about to say I'm gonna need you to drop a heart, dude. Oh man, they bumped me. I think that's the first time I think that was me. I don't think I panicked. I think they actually gave me a big boop there. Oh, shakes my fist. Shakes my fist. Shakes my fist angrily. Oh. Oh. God, it's hot here, dude. I'm sweating. Zelda. Our house in the middle of our dungeon. God damn. Please stop trying to trap me like that. One bench to lift them all. One bench to hydrate. One bench to bring them all, and the mirror flex them. Keep saying his name wrong. I'm gonna keep calling it the One Piece, and we'll keep calling him Sauron. Perfect. Okay, I just gotta be methodical about this. They're slow-moving boys. Ah. Damn it. Ah, stop! Why would you turn around like that? Why would you stop turning around like that? Oh no! I feel like I have to like camp. I'm like ratting, dude. Ooh, ooh. Stop! Stop, 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 stop it. Why aren't you guys impressed by my cool boomerang? Is it because it's not the super secret special boomerang? Do you know I gave up? Is that what it is? They know. They know I gave up. They're like, this guy didn't get the fucking cool boomerang. He has just boomerang fucking level 1. What a loser. I'm so unimpressed by a boomerang level 1. Ugh. They get more enjoyable the further you get into the series. I bet. I mean, let's be honest, dude. Any retro game, especially if you haven't played, like back in the day, I feel like this would not have frustrated me as much. But like my brain is so, you know, used to modern day games. But not like side-scrolling. Zelda 2 is skippable. Okay. I don't hate side-scrolling. It depends on the side-scroller. Like, I love Mario, right? I played so much Mario growing up. I love Sonic as well, but I just don't fuck with a lot of... I think it's like side-scrolling combined with a lot of other things that are popular with side-scrollers that like when you combine them, I'm like, man, this is a lot of things I'm not keen on happening in one game. So that's why I'm like, Metroid might be an issue for me. Also, is this the Shuriken? Is this the Shuriken or Star or however you'd say it, depending on what they chose to name it, dungeon? Ooh. Because this definitely feels like it's the Shuriken dungeon based off of the way it looks. Ah, he turned too quick. Manji. Ah, okay. What does manji mean? Like in Japanese, I assume it means something in Japanese. Ha! Ha! Got him from one side and double back on the other, dude. That's some Dead by Daylight shit right there. Ah! It's quick turning on me, though. Stop! Stop! Okay, okay, down to 1. Yeah. I'm a shy guy. I can't hit them unless they're trying to hit me. Ancient Buddhist symbol before the angry art schooler teacher. Oh, it's like the OG okay, yeah. That's true. Yeah, if I don't like it, I can just skip. Yeah, I'm down to try anything. Like I said, Metroid Prime 2. Like, I definitely give it a shot as well before I'm like, it's absolutely. Ooh, I don't know what that does. I don't like those. I don't know what they are. Oh, are they like stunning me? Is that what that is? Ow, fuck. Oh god. Are they hurting me? I can't tell if they're actually hurting me or not. Yeah, they are. Fuck, huh? The McDonald's Sprite! Dude, the McDonald's Sprite is fucking my shit up, okay? They prevent me from using my sword. I was gonna say, yeah, it seems like I wasn't able to use my sword. I didn't notice that. Oh, 1 rupee in the corner. Thanks. I'll treasure that forever. Wow. Or are they poor? Is the economy bad in Zelda? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Why would you do this? Why would you fucking do this to me, dude? What big fucking claws you have? It's fine. I didn't panic. Imagine panicking. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Easy. Easy mode. First try. First try. Fucking easy mode. Easy. Yoink. I got it. Imagine not beating it on the first try. Easy. Just have to do a little terrorism, you know? Just a little explosives. All right, and I have to go back in for the item, right? 2 dungeons, no item. That actually wasn't too bad. The sword guys were giving me more of a run for my money than the other guy. All right, I'm guessing we probably have to go off to the left and see whatever the fuck's happening over here. So I'm guessing you get the item and then it's supposed to help you defeat the whoever's in the dungeon. Is that what it is? So I'm just doing these all on slightly harder mode. Is that what's happening here? Oh, whoops. Sorry, bats. That was really unnecessary. That was an evil you did not deserve. I was trying to hit you with the boomerang. That's the new formula. Okay. The item is not skippable. It's a progression item. Okay, gotcha. But yeah, so ideally though, I imagine most... Oh. Stop! It's probably down there, I bet. But I'll keep exploring this way just in case. Sometimes the item helps overworld exploration, sometimes it's the boss. Okay, gotcha. Good to know, good to know, good to know. But that's exciting. I'm excited to have a progression item, so... Not that catch me complaining about that. I probably need the key from those guys on the left. There's no... Ugh, stop. Turn around. Bomb. Turn around. That way works too. Yippee! Oh, I have a key? Oh, I'm a silly goose. Thank you. I'm so used to having to get the key first. You're right. I don't know when I got this key, if it was in here or if I've just been hoarding it from another dungeon. I feel like I had it for a while. Like, oh. Now I don't have a key, though. There we go. Not that I need a key. Did you get the sword from the old man on top of the waterfall? No, I haven't. Okay, the waterfall and the graveyard. Waterfall and the graveyard. Okay. Oh, the white sword. That one. Okay, yeah. Oh, wait, no. Was it the white sword? Was that the one that he was like, if you master this... If you master this, you can suck my dick. Or whatever he said, you know. Something like that. Totally said something like that. Okay, I think we gotta fight these night boys. Yeah, that guy. Okay. Leave me alone. I'm just a little guy. Let me out. Oh, he was on top of the waterfall. Okay. Oof. I don't like that there's so many of you guys here. Stop traveling in squads. Why do you guys have friends? coworkers, acquaintances? I don't want to assume your relationship. Maybe you guys just work together. How do you even get hired to fight in a dungeon, eh? What's that about? Oh, they're boxing me in. Bomb! Ow! Shit. I love just yeeting them across the dungeon. It's so satisfying. Sorry if you can hear whoever is yelling outside. Sometimes people really be screaming. Oh my god, it's finally... Oh, it's finally overcast. It actually looks like it might be chilly outside. It's probably just muggy though. It's been so hot lately, but it looks like we're having fog right now. Which, like I said, probably just means it's gross and muggy outside. But... well, I guess worst case scenario, if I don't kill them all here in a second, I will be able to bomb the hell out of them when I come back. When I die. Whew. No! Give me your weather? No, it's been disgusting. I think it was like 90 in my apartment. Yeah. I mean, this is to clarify, yeah, it's been like 90 here and it's been like 90 inside. This is the first day in like a week, and not even day, I think it just started recently, where I looked outside and I was like, oh my god, it's not sweltering hot. It's still probably like 80 something in my apartment right now. But this is the first day that I haven't looked outside and been like, it looks disgusting. I don't think I'm even gonna go outside today. I've been straight up like living inside because it's been so hot. Although, to be honest, at some point, because of the way my house traps heat, at some point I think it's cooler to be outside than it is to be inside, which is disgusting. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. That's so funny. Dude, right? Yeah, what the hell? Where's winter at? Which makes me really scared that it's been so hot. I think next week for me is also supposed to be a little colder, but still disgustingly hot. Which makes me really worried that the summer here will be disgusting. Like, just horrendous. You know what? You guys are all getting bombed. I'm getting sick of you. You guys don't think my boomerang's cool? Well, how do you feel about bombs? Amazing. Hello, Void. Welcome on in. Howdy, howdy. Yeah, it's 30 Celsius, yeah. Yeah, I have a bunch of Canadian friends, and when I keep talking about this, I have to do the conversion for them. Ah! Stop that. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Cut it out. Get stabbed. Ooh, you're stabbing me. You're stabbing me. That's touche. I was talking shit. Talking shit. That's what happens. Talk shit, get hit usually. Ooh. Alright. Just one more dude. Yippee! Let's go! I'm free. Hello, Void. Welcome on in, though. Howdy, howdy. Whoa, why are there so many of you now? What the hell? Jesus Christ! Make a run for it! Alright, hold on. I will not do unspeakable evils to the bats. Oh, my raft! Finally! My raft! Yippee! Yippee! Oh god. Although, to be honest, the best bet probably is just to die here, right? Oh, well... I'll have the amount of health whether I die or not. Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, I'm not gonna fight them all, I'm just gonna run for the stairs. There's no advantage to Yeah, Celsius or Fahrenheit. You know what we should all be using? Kelvin, the real measurement. How's it going? It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. Thanks for asking. How's life? Oh my god. Fucking turn to the side and stab that way, you moron. You know what? Everyone just kill me. I'm gonna let you guys have this. Just murder me in the dungeon so I could not have to. Yeah, exactly. Reset isn't a problem. Exactly. Oh, thank you for the taxes, Carl. Oh, fuck. I just dropped my controller. The whole cable split in half, but like it's 2 cables combined to clarify, so it's not the end of the world. I didn't rip the cable in half. Controller, yeah, I'm playing with the controller. I feel like it helps my posture a little bit. It lets me sit up. That way I'm not like hunched over the keyboard. God damn it. You get me with that so often, Carl. I can't believe I taught that to you guys. Or encouraged it, at least. I'm sure you heard it somewhere else before me. Ah! Thank you for the hydrate. I think I've got a little bit of water left. Thank you for the taxes and the chicken. Should I just kill myself here? We'll see how far we can get just going up, up, up. Carl, thank you for the lurk. Enjoy your dinner. Oh, heal me, lovely lady, please. Oh, please. No. What's the issue? Why am I getting told no? Why am I getting told no? What'd I do? What did I do? What have I ever done? What have I ever done? Give me those rupees, you son of a bitch. This is how I get to, okay, not here. Head north? I'm trying to head north. But I think I gotta head a little west first. Oh, if I should kill myself, that's fair. If I was getting in trouble. Okay, right. Okay, left north then. Oh my god, I murdered that man. Oh, right. Hold on, I'm gonna kill this. Hey, get over here! By which I mean, well, stay over there, I guess that works too. Can I, use the raft here? So, okay, just to clarify, is this where I need to use the raft, or do I need to take the raft back on the east side? Lacked item cell. Okay. Thank you. Like I said, clarification for me mostly is just like, don't fucking waste time here. Like that's really. Basically, the backseating that I'd really appreciate is the backseating that ideally prevents me from just wasting time. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, the docks, any dock. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, ouch. Oh my god, look at our 6 hearts now. North. I don't know if this is the way we need to go, but we'll hit the graveyard again. I think there's a... Ow! West, southwest. I swear there was a dock somewhere over here. Maybe I'm wrong, though. We'll see in a second. Oh, damn, boy. That's nice that you've got someone, even if he's a little... Yeah, I remember you talking about how you were like, he's kind of odd. Like, he's got some not ideal situations, right? The ghosts are scared of boomerangs. I don't want to accidentally spawn a bunch of ghosts, but... There was a secret in the graveyard, right? Oh! The secret in the graveyard! Master using it, and you can have this. Brother! You guys piss me off. You old men piss me off so fucking much. When are you? Just kick the bucket already. Ouch. Guess what? Can't do it yet, yeah. These old men are gatekeeping. They're gatekeeping, and I don't fucking appreciate it. Yo, any of you guys? Ooh, not what I was trying to do. They're kind of cute, to be honest. I feel like one of you guys has a secret for me. Okay, maybe none of you have a secret for me. But run it back. Maybe one of you has a secret for me. I really didn't do most of the bottom ones. You don't have a secret for me. You don't have a secret for me. You don't have a secret for me. Okay, I think none of them have a secret for me. But just in case. Okay. Ah. Oh, I don't even know if there's anything here. I just see this diamond and it looked interesting enough. Oh, wait, bombs. Hold on. I feel like this is a bomb situation, eh? They don't kill me. Does not appear to be a bomb situation. I'm leaving. I don't want to keep wasting my bombs trying to do things that I think I can do with them and I can't. Because that's kind of been the situation so far. I lack the items for snail secrets. Okay, thank you. Perfect, that's all I need to know. Have I been up here? Maybe. But I'm gonna take the raft. I think the raft I can use somewhere. Okay, there's gotta be a dock somewhere around here. It's docking time. I don't know what that was. Made a noise there. Sometimes you have to make a noise as a human being where you're like, I didn't even know I could make that noise. Where'd that come from? The hero's journey is gatekeeping. Never thought of it that way. It is. It is. Yeah, I remember you saying that. His attitude on like some... Yeah, he has some weird opinions, right? Ow. Ugh, my headset's starting to hurt. That might be a sign. The sign of the times. We have been going for 5.5 hours. Yeah, that is a while. We have been Zelda-ing for quite some time. Making a noise you never thought you could when wild women encounter me in the wild. Don't beep at me, I know my health is low. I don't have any hearts. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Now, is that in a good way or a bad way? Ow. Not me laughing so hard, I think I hit my shoulder. Oh man, that's when you get old, dude. When you laugh and you hurt yourself laughing. Fuck. I think I literally just slightly pulled my shoulder laughing. John Zelda. Should I just rename him to John Wave? It's the alternative. Since Synthwave OG is taken, I'll just be John Wave. Hey, yo, dude! Man, I gotta say, those shirts, you know, whatever, wear whatever you want, but when I see people wearing shirts like that in public, I'm like, that's wild, dude. Oh! Level 4? I mean, I feel like I should die in here because I don't have the hearts for it, but like... Oh my god, you guys are so cute! I don't know what they are, they're so cute though. Give me that key. I didn't even mean to get over here, this just works. Well, I knew this was over here, so I was trying to get back to the water. You guys are so cute. You guys are so cute. Adorable. I can't wait for them to fuck my shit up while I tell them how cute they are. With my one heart. How do you guys feel about boomerangs, huh? You guys cool with boomerangs? You guys hate boomerangs? What's the vibe here? Oh, you guys seem fine with boomerangs. Oh, and you become pets! Oh, even cuter. Alright, don't mind me, guys. I'm just sliding on through here. Not their eyes in the dark. Oh my gosh. Oh, they're little slimes. Hello, slimes. Hello, slimes. I'm just like grab this key real quick. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna. Yeah, if we could all just shuffle, just do like a Mambo number 5 shuffle here. Perfect. All according to plan. They're Vyres. I see. Oh, I'm so sorry, little guy. Did not mean to hurt you. Ow. Okay, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. Just fine. A 1 for a 1. 1-to-1 pain game, dude. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyways, that's fine. He hit me, I hit him. Oh man, you guys be fucking yumping though, eh? You guys be yumping all over. I think I have to kill you guys. I'm so sorry. I feel like the trick here is you hit them and then you just spam the sword to kill them before they can spawn even. Which feels a little mean, but whatever, I guess if it works. I guess. Alright. What the fuck? Are those pancakes, dude? You guys, they don't seem to care about me hitting them, so... I guess I should focus on the slimes. Do I even need to be in this room? Oh. I just walked right onto that slime. My bad. Likes, absolute best. Did we go to the left or did we go to the up? I think we went to the left, eh? Yes. This is a dead end. Dead end. What'd you guys say? These are fishes and dragons? They can eat your shield, and Larry Games, they eat your items. What the fuck? I'm so sorry, guys, but I think I gotta kill you. You guys might drop a key. Ow, ow. Oh, he just fucking spun around me. I don't think you're dropping a key, but just, ow. Nope, okay. I just wasted life there. Wait, I have 2 keys. Where do I keep getting these keys from? I'm just hoarding them. Oh, compass. Yippee, I need this. Hello, guys. I would love to not... Ooh. I might have to kill you, though. I would love to not have to kill y'all. Oh, yep, perfect. Okay, you guys enjoy your time in the dungeon here. I'm a skadoodle. Ooh, no, we're friends. We're all friends. Bats here. Cool, we don't have beef. But I could have more keys. True. True. Right. If you could hop the other way. No, that's hopping on me! Ow! No, stop! No, stop! That's not what I needed. Alright, the slimes and I are cool as far as I know, so... Just don't come this way. Fuck! We're not cool. We're not cool. They were angry at me and I just didn't know. I thought we were cool. I think I had to go up, right? Could farm slimes for hearts. Will slimes drop hearts? I don't think we've seen a single slime drop hearts. That's why I wasn't sure if it's even worth killing them. I mean, I'll do it if I'll get a heart from it. I just haven't really seen them drop anything for me. To be honest, I should probably be killing more stuff. I'm mostly getting hit by stuff because I'm not bothering to kill things. If I'm gonna be completely honest. If we're gonna be completely honest here, that's what's happening. Like, I should be killing all these bats and stuff. Ah! Stop fucking chasing me! son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Get back here. The slimes in the dark look so cute. Their little eyes. Ow. Fuck, not me walking into the fire. God, I'm smart. And I'm walking into the slime. God damn it. Yeah, I just don't think I've seen a slime drop anything yet. Quick search. The big ones do drop stuff, the small ones don't. Okay, thank you, thank you. I appreciate y'all checking. Okay. And yeah, I really probably should just start killing more stuff. Ow! Okay, fuck this room though. I don't want to be in here, I'm leaving. I'll kill stuff over here in this room. There we go, okay. Oh, I have a key up there actually though. I don't even know if there's anything I need in that room. Did I get what did I get in there? I don't even know if there was anything. Oh, you guys have already respawned, eh? That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you guys have the map. Oh, poor little slimes, I'm so sorry. Then I have to kill you! Oh. How do I... Oh, is this where I need the big boomerang? Is this where I need the big boomerang and it would have let me pick up the map? Well, I guess... Hold on. I don't think there'll be anything of value to doing this. But no. Okay. But let me... Just in case, let me kill the slimes in here. Sorry if you guys could hear people yelling outside. Hopefully you can't. I have to enter from the left side. Okay, got it. Ah! I hate you bats. I'm getting real sick of y'all. Can't hear nothing except your tinnitus. No. I was gonna say, I don't think it looks like it, but I just wasn't sure if maybe there was moments so it's not being able to see the mic picking up. Or like when I wasn't looking, the mic was picking stuff up. Type shit like that, you know? Alright. I can't believe I just said type shit like that. I usually don't say that. Classic Zelda move. Show you a thing you can't have right away, right? Yeah, no, I know I don't need the map to beat the dungeon. It just would be, like we said, nice to have. Alright, doesn't appear that there's anything in here. Unless these guys need to be hit with fire. Can I kill these guys? I was swinging on them for like ages earlier, and they were not caring. Link to the past run? Okay. Affordable living. True. Big true. You can kill the likes. Okay, the jellies. If they stop bumping me around, dude, these fucking TV statics. The McDonald's sprite, that's what you said, right? Okay. Leave me alone! Leave me alone! What have I ever done? I'm a saint. Okay, finally, okay. I wasn't sure if I could kill these guys. Like I said, I was swinging on them for ages earlier. Okay, nothing's going on, and I can't kill the TV static, right? Okay. Nothing. Oh wait, hold on. Right, everything's a puzzle. There we go. Ah! Item this time before boss. A ladder? Yippee! I love the way he picks things up. Ow! Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Was hoping we'd get a heart or anything, but nothing. Seems like this dungeon is... Oh, I see. Oh, I see, okay. Oh god, I'm stuck. Oh god, get off the ladder, Link! Get off the ladder! Leave me alone. No, let me up. Fuck. Okay, I can explore most things now. Good to know. It's okay, I probably need the hearts back on that. Works out for the best. One tile of liquids and rafts for docks. Yeah, okay, got it. Got it. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Oh, sorry, bats. I swear I wasn't actually trying to murder you there. You just happened to stand in the fire, and that's on you. Yep. Ladder? I hardly know her. Don't come this way, I'll have to kill you. Okay, now I can... Oh god. Oh god, wait, this is not what I was thinking about. There's one more room before I get to the... So, I currently don't have a key for this. We're finally out of weird keys. Your keyboard knows! That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Wait, this is... Oh, these are two! I can't tile my way across. Okay. Shit. I thought I'd be able to. Yeah, time to go explore the other side. Stop. Ouch. God, oof. I think I needed a key for this door, right? That was the whole... yeah. Okay, back down we go. Have I gotten left from the start? I don't know yet. Ooh. I think we did, but I can't remember what was there. Ow, don't jump on me like that. That hurts. That hurts! Don't they know they're hurting me? Gosh. Nah, guys, I'll make it with my half health. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Nothing bad will ever happen to us. Nothing bad could ever happen. Ever. I should have just killed myself. Or sorry, let someone else kill me. I think the key was in here. If I remember correctly. Oh, there we go. I believe in a quick death. Yeah, you can have a little bit of death as a treat as long as you know you're respawning after. If you don't know you're gonna respawn after, you can't do it. But if you can, a little bit as a treat. Just temporary death. Yeah, I think there was a key in here. I think that's what the bats bestowed upon me. Oh, another key. Never mind. I thought they had already bestowed a key upon me. I lied. Oh god, we have to go all the way back up though. What are those? I'm guessing they're supposed to be bats of some kind, but like, what exactly are they? They're kind of they're giving little frog vibes, you know? They seem very frog-like in their jumpings. That's fine. I'll take the one. Like, I'm just uncertain on what... They feel like frogs with little bat wings on them is what they feel like. Ow. Not me getting hit by the... idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot, dude. The slime's fucking me up. Fires happen when two bats do a fusion dance. It's pretty good. I didn't even need the light for that. Easy peasy. Dude, this feels like a cheat to be able to get on the ladder. And then just kill stuff before it can get to me. Ooh, God. I won't lie, I'm kind of hoping. I was hoping I'd get a heart here. That's why they have 4 eyes and wings. Oh, I see. Oh, man, I hate you, dude. I was hoping I'd never see you again. And you know what? I'll bomb you again. I'll do it again, bitch. And again. That's all my health. Ouch. Walk into the waterfall. Brother, I just killed a big guy just so you could be here. How are you even in here, huh? How are you even in here? You locked yourself in this room after that shit, dude? You can't even put a warning sign outside the door, buddy? Big ass monster, don't come this way. You couldn't just write on the door, go through the waterfall? Huh? You had to gatekeep that knowledge? Behind a monster? Fuck that guy, dude. Fuck that guy. Oof. That's not the bat that hit me. Oh my god, they took a whole half heart. Honestly... Ah! Thank you for the hydrate, girl. Honestly... Come on. Fuck the guys and... Fuck these old guys in Zelda. I'm not saying it, dude. Fuck these old guys in Zelda. Like, they think this is funny? They think this is fun, dude? To make me suffer like this? To make me suffer? They have a very classic fantasy art. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if I've seen any of, like, the, I don't know if I've seen any of the concept art. I'm guessing that's what you're talking about for Zelda now. That, ooh, I hate myself for doing that. That's so frustrating that I'm just walking in the fire. Wasting my hearts. Was this the way I went? Or needed to go? Instead of the other way I went? Yes. Oh, whoops. Ah, now I can have the map. You slime, stay over there. You can't get to me, idiots. How foolish. How foolish of you. Wait, I need a key somewhere. We're missing a key from somewhere. I think? Oh god. Oh god! I keep getting like one tile stuck off. Oh, thank god that guy stays dead, it seems like. Okay, hold on. We have to go find this last key. Time to start killing. Time to start murdering. Well, not this way. One of you has a key, and I need you to give it up. Did I hydrate? I did. I did have my hydrate. Thank you. Although I am out of water at this point, so I'm gonna go need to get more. If that comes up. But thank you, I did. While I was talking shit about the old men, I stopped. Ah, fuck your walls, I got bombs. Okay, let me start looking at the walls. You guys said the wall would look like a little cracked, right? Like it will stand out from a different wall? Like all these walls look normal. You're doing your taxes and this music is appropriate. Absolutely it is. I gotta do my taxes, dude. I haven't done them yet. I'm usually so much better about it. I usually do it right away. Okay, all these walls look normal. All these walls also look normal. Not always. Well, then what happens when I run out of bombs? I have one bomb. Like, what happens when I just run out of bombs and then I have nothing else to do? Ooh, pasta. Yummy, yummy. I'm gonna die. When bombing walls, bomb between the two circles on the wall. Yeah, these things? That's what I figure. Oh, okay, I guess I would look at the map, right? I would look at the map and be like, there's no way to get there except probably through... And if I don't kill myself. You gotta head out and farm more bombs? What a nightmare. Okay, let's run it down. That is a dead end on the left, we know that. That's obviously not the way we have to go. That's just gonna be one tile. We've occupied this wall. Will it show? Okay, so it will like show the blue. Okay. We can occupy this room already. We know this. Ooh, 2 in 1 go. Let's go. Oh, was that 3 in 1 go? Goddamn. Okay, we've been up here. Okay, let me not walk into the fire because I keep doing it every time in this room for whatever reason. Okay, this room is normal. Not always, it really is a lot of trial and error. Oh god, okay. What a nightmare, dude. They really fucking hated people when they made this game, eh? They really fucking didn't like people when they made Legend of Zelda, huh? Alright, this is the room we can't go through. Some might just be a blank space. Okay. Good to know, by which, fuck that. Good to know, by which I mean, what the fuck, man? Are you kidding me? What the hell, NES? Why would you do this to me? Okay, and then this is the room with the little... This is where we got the map. Up. Up. Dead end on the right. Okay, but I'm guessing, yeah, like you said, you would trial and error by... Like, there's nothing here, so... Amazing. Well, that's not what I needed, but I guess I'll take it. So this one... Yeah, but I don't have my key still. That's not my key. I need my key. Someone's holding my key. Now I'm out of bombs, exactly. Ow. Because then it's like, well, potentially if there's one more in here, it's gonna be here on the far right, possibly. Will these guys drop anything? I feel like I haven't seen them drop anything for me, and I just want to know before I waste time. As much as I do love the just try it and figure it out of the 90s, at some point it does ouch a little bit. And I am very low on health, eh? Okay, some of the big slimes maybe. So this is the other spot I would bomb, is up here, to be honest. Stop bumping me. This was item room, right? I feel like maybe we need to bomb through item room. But it seems like maybe my best bet is to just leave and farm bombs, right? What the heck, dude? I used my light in here earlier. Who turned off the lights? Although, to be honest, I'd probably be better off just dying. If I'm trying to get back out. Okay, they have to make an 8-bit snake. I see, okay. I don't think I'll be able to move any of these, but just in case, geese. Indeedly do. Nothing. I'm gonna be honest, even if we add one more room here, I don't see where the snake would be. This is a terrible looking snake. I'm guessing it'd be the tail, but anywhere, even then, it's a bad snake. Have they ever seen a snake before? Do they know what a snake looks like? Yeah, classic Zelda, just in case. Let's see where the compass was, if I remember correctly. Snake with mouth open. Still an awful snake. I still don't see the snake. I don't think I'll need to clear this. Oh. I don't think I'll need to clear this room because the compass was in here, and I'd be very surprised if the compass and a key is here. Snake shaming. It's just not what a snake looks like, dude. I just genuinely don't see the snake, unless you're adding like 50 more tiles. Which I'm guessing it's not gonna be at the bottom left, because then you would have to have a whole new row, potentially, of tiles. But maybe I'm wrong. Farming outside the dungeon. Okay. I was just like, kill these guys in here, because I did not actually kill them last time, so. It looks like they're doing little kickies. They're so cute. Okay, yeah. More for going outside the dungeons. Dungeons are more for rupees. What a terrible design. What an awful choice! I hate that. Thanks, I hate it. Oh man, you don't care about my boomerang at all. Come back. Come back. Oh, what the fuck? I came back over here just to get fucking slapped, dude. That was really fucked up. Oh my god, the spawns are fucking ops, dude. Let me go get that thing I need on this side, actually, while we're all the way over here, and we'll just farm along the way, hopefully. Farm, maybe find what we need along the way. Gotta find the one piece at this point, dude. No bombs, no hearts. I will not fight all these guys, though. They're a pain in the ass to fight. That's so frustrating that I used, like, all my bombs before we got in. I bombed the hell out of that snake dude, or whatever he is. Not a snake. They're like crabs, kind of. Crustacean vibes, right? Don't like that. Don't like that. Don't like that. Yeah, face away. Damn, nothing. It's not a retreat, it's going back front. Exactly, exactly. You know, I just realized, yeah, we should use the raft over here, now that I have it, you know? I was being smart. I was being smart. Ow. Oh, not this way. Can one of you guys drop me a bomb, please? Who's the resident bomb carrier for your local gang, dude? Oh my god, one of you, please! I'm not asking for a lot here, I'm just asking for like 1 or 2 bombs, you know? Ooh, ouch. Oh my god, they're greedy. They're hoarding all the bombs for themselves. Ooh, I wanted that heart. It's okay, it is what it is. But I want this heart more. Ow. Hold on, I'd love to actually get this heart without dying. Whew! There we go. I was gonna say, I'm gonna be very annoyed if I get this heart and then... or I die before I could reach the platform. Oh, another heart. Cool. Oh, I can get the white sword now. Oh, hell yeah. Let's see if I can remember where that was. It was like up top, right? There's like no value to be able to go over here, right? It's just for shits and giggles. Yeah, okay. In the north. Okay. We have not gone this way yet. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. So what is this? Dungeon number 5? Oh no! Take any one you want. Okay. What's potion 1 do here? Obviously more heart containers. Right. Potion though? Would someone please elaborate? I would really appreciate it. Heart containers always better. Okay, can I know what potion does though? Potion is just healing. Oh, yeah, fuck that. Thanks. Thank you. It's fun to hear all the noises and be like, oh yeah, that's the... I've heard that is the Zelda noise. So this is when the noise comes into play. Ooh, you sons of bitches. I keep forgetting. I forget about the boomerang half the time. I don't know what I'm doing. Red is once, blue is 2 usage. He'll heal you max 1 time. Got it. Can one of you drop a bomb? I think I've gotten like 2 hearts dropped and that's it. It's not even a lot of hearts we're getting dropped here. I don't want rupees. If I wanted rupees, I would ask for them. A lot! Okay, the north for the waterfall then. some good hearts. I will say that the issue with getting more hearts is it means that I can't, oh, yo! That guy's selling a key for 100. I did forget that some of them sell keys. That might be an option if I get enough rupees before then. So I just say, fuck it, dude. Let me buy this key. Pay to win. Pay to win, Zelda. Oh, wait, sorry. This is where we just were. I'm a goof. Oh god, stop it. Stop it. Time to commit a Walmart mugging for some old guy's sword. Exactly. You guys better drop me some freaking bombs, okay? Or else I'm gonna kill your families, too. I'm gonna commit heinous acts of terrorism. Is terrorism the opposite of terrorism? I committed a terrorism, and you just actually do something really nice. You do something really lovely for our community. Yeah, we terrorized the hell out of that community. They least expected it. No, that's Karenism. That's usually a bad thing. Terrorize. As in, you're caring for someone. Get back here, you- Ooh, you're juking me! And then you're just like, turn the left and shoot like that? Oh, you son of a bitch. Random acts of kindness. True. Yeah. Oh, is that a riff on random acts of violence? I didn't know that. Where's the sword at? Is it up on the left? I think it is up on the left, eh? My issue is I can't remember where anything's been. It doesn't help that everything looks the same and like entrances to old men's caves all look the same. The cave hole looks the same every time. It's just a square box, you know? Oh wait, was it this guy? Fuck you. Master using it, and you can have this. Wait! This isn't- Oh, okay, I just gotta walk over it. I was like, what the fuck? You won't let me have it still? This son of a bitch. Oh, I guess I coulda hit this, eh? Oh wait, no. That's all me in. Yeah. I feel like I hit faster now, eh? Is that the benefit? More attack speed? Oh, it's a certain amount of hearts for it. Oh, I see. Oh, double damage. Hell yeah. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Oh, wait. Shit, dude. I need to go back to the- No, I need bombs, is what we need. Yo, anyone here looking to die? Oh, I'm getting stuck. Just like camp this spot and wait for him. Oh, 2 hearts. Oh my gosh. Anything, drop a- I haven't seen a bomb in ages, dude. At this point, it's like, I'm just gonna start fighting like an idiot to kill stuff faster. Oh my god, please. Will you guys drop bombs for me? Oh, fuck that, dude. I'm not fighting that guy. No, I don't want rupees. Well, I do if you're gonna give me 100. Hola! ¿Cómo estás, the story? Hello. Oh my god, drop anything, dude. Drop it like it's hot at this point for all I care. Proper orc mentality. You know it, dude. I played a Titan in Destiny. I might have started out as a hunter, but I got to Titan eventually. And I love just hit it. Just punch it, dude. Just punch it. No, I said Tetsuri. I swear I said that was the intent at least. Still bien too. CBN. Oh, wait, no, there's no dock there. Shit. It's just a monster who's baiting me. Where'd the sand guy go? Oh my god, give me a fucking bomb! Give me a fucking bomb! Oh yeah! You did a thing today! Oh hell yeah, Street! What'd you do today? What'd you get to? I would say, I hope we all did a thing today, but sometimes you do nothing all day, really, and that's valid too. I think everyone needs a day to just do nothing sometimes. Damn, we have so many hearts, she won't even heal me all the way. You checked going for a cycle. Oh, right. Yeah, you mentioned that. How was it? How was your bike ride? I gotta take the time to, like, honestly, on my bingo list, I should have put bike repair before I put go on a bike ride. Because I do need a... I'm sure all my tires are flat. And, I probably need to just, I don't know, fix stuff up a little bit. It's pretty good. Nice for the mental. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Riding a bike's super good for your mental health, I feel like. Meet the old man at the grave. Yeah, we already know that. I wish I could, like, mark... Okay, bottom left, dude. We don't care about this old man. We hate this old man. 20 miles in 2 hours. Goddamn, that's pretty good. Well, I feel like that's... I don't know. I've realized that... I don't know what the average bike riding speed is, to be honest. Will this guy talk to me now? Or is he still gonna be an old... bitch? It is nice they hit some things in one shot now. Bike ride is the most efficient form of transportation. I feel like that makes sense, honestly. I feel like that checks out. Oh, my homies hate old Hyrule men. I do, dude. Talk to me. Talk to me. He hates me. Humans just locking on bikes? Yeah, I feel like it makes sense, honestly. Okay, we're just going around killing things. Hopes that someone drops me a fucking bomb, dude. I just need someone to bomb me. That's all I'm asking. Bomb me. Do it, you coward. No, I don't want hearts. Although we are a killing machine right now. Oh, of course I get here when my hearts are already freaking full. Alright, time to be a murder machine. Yeah, walk up there. I don't care about the time freeze. I don't have the secrets yet of the whirlpool. They won't tell me their truths yet. Can't know the secrets of the water. Well, I guess we learned the secrets of the waterfall. Oh my god, someone give me a fucking bomb! I was gonna wait and grab that heart, but I guess I can't get to it yet. Heal me! Wait, no, not this one. Whoopsies. Hold on. Heal me! There we go. Back to being a monster, a killing machine. Lean mean. Link machine. Here to break pots and throw swords. I should probably buy arrows at some point, eh? Maybe after I buy these, maybe after I buy these keys. I think I'm gonna end up buying this key before I'm gonna get a bomb. I hate when there's too much going on with the characters because I feel like I'm about to have a seizure by the amount of flashing that's happening. It's a lot of flashing. I'll either kill enough to get a bomb, or I'll kill enough to... We love seizures. Alright. North. West. South. What the hell, dude? Last time we were here, so much stuff was spawning in. I, like, was having a struggle just getting through. I'm just spamming. Fuck those guys, dude. The spinny guys, I don't. Oh no! You took it! You took my heart! And not in a fun way. In like a thief way. Now I can't throw swords. You bitch. You're taking all my hearts! Fairy, please heal me. I knew it. It's not even gonna be enough. The pea hats? Yeah, whatever those are. I don't fuck with them. I do not. Sam, I am. I do not. I feel like my hands are like grossly sweaty. Am I pruning? Not quite, but feels like it. I'm not even moving on the map at all. There we go. I guess I should go get healed again, eh? Which means I don't have to care about my hearts. I could just be disgusting about it. Oh, perfect. I don't even have to go get healed. Is Sam I am? Was he? Yes. Same people. That's so funny. What a wild concept. I can't wait. Oh, you took my heart. You took my heart. I'm gonna kill you and all of your friends. I'm going to massacre this whole group. They've taken my heart. Channel my inner Itachi, but like not for government crimes, you know? Only you could start forest fires. Ooh. Ooh. Gosh dang it. I'm a fool. A bomb! Finally! Finally! After it's been 80 years. After all this time. One bomb. I feel like we've killed like 25 things. I still think we're gonna get enough to buy the key before— oh! That was 4?! Holy shit! Okay. I'm out here. We out this bitch. We out this bitch then. Somewhere around here was where it was, right? You guys need to stop fucking hitting me. I swear to God. I swear to God. A 4 bomb! Yeah, dude, right? Where was this at? I'm trying to remember. Now I'm not gonna be able to find it again. It's over here? Sorry, don't mind me hitting the A. It's the Canadians. I know too many Canadians. Canadians, if you will. I should have gotten healed, to be honest. Maybe someone would be kind enough to drop me 1 heart? 1 heart? Nope. Alright. Time to start bombing. I think this spot has potential. Wait, never mind. Ah! 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 Stop! Please, I did the thing I need to do. No hearts, but have banana. Thanks. Okay, hold on. We're pretty much actually like pretty full on hearts, so I'd like to try and keep all mine. Yes, absolutely save me resources. I don't care enough about this game to be like, let me bomb 7 walls in a way that makes sense. I feel like that top spot is where I would have guessed. Personally. Or maybe that spot all the way... I don't need a bomb anywhere here. Well, what was the point of spending me, making me go get bombs then? Why were you guys insisting I go get bombs then? What was the... Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, I thought you meant... Okay, I thought you meant I don't need the bomb anywhere in the cave, and I was like, what? Okay, okay. That's where I thought it was. Wait, the right wall? Wait, which right? Oh, in the rupee area. Okay, in the rupee area. Sorry, sorry. Yeah, okay. Okay, cool. Thank you. It's like, what? No bombs here? I worked so hard to get these, please. Okay, cool. Where the fuck did I bomb that wall at then? If I can remember where I bombed the hell out of this wall at. Okay, so it's just 2 bomb walls then. Was that up here? No, not through here. Yes, thank you. Yeah, no, absolutely. I did not want to either. I was not keen on the fact that I thought I was about to have to waste fucking 5 bombs to... With my luck, I would have bombed all 4 and then been out. So, yeah, thank you, absolutely. R-bomb in the middle of the dungeon. Ooh, sorry, leave me alone. Trying to... No, it wasn't this way. Where did I bomb? God, stop. Stop it. Ah, here it was. Okay. This one? Right here? Or this one? The right wall. Okay. I know you had said that. I just wanted to check. Yippee! It's so funny because, like, the way that the bombed walls look... Oh no, I wasted a bomb. No, I thought I had my thing out. Whoopsies. Ugh. It's okay, thank God we have so many. I'm annoyed I wasted that bomb. I worked hard to get that. I was trying to use my boomerang. Is boomerang just... I'd like to think that in Avatar, when Aang got old, they called him Boomerang. Oh god, I hate this. Let me in! Or let me out! Either way, let me in or out or whatever else. Aw, my key! Yoinkies! Ooh. Saga would be the type. He absolutely would. He would totally call him Boomerang. And then he'd laugh about it every time. Knee slapper type laugh, you know? Oh, right. Puzzles. Zelda's full of puzzles. It's the other one then, eh? I'm getting sick of all these fucking bats in this goddamn fucking cave. Did I even kill them all last time? Oh my god, you son of a bitch. There it is. Oh, no, thank you. Oh, you're not gonna let me leave, huh? That's... I don't like this. I don't like this at all, Sam I am. Oh god! Oh! Whew. Bro, I'm on fucking life support now. Puzzle girlies. I don't understand how Sokka kept attracting women. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I guess it's the humor, right? It's gotta be the humor. Which I won't lie. If people aren't funny, like I just don't think I find people who can't. If you cannot make me laugh, dude, zero. Like you might be attractive, but like that's where it's ending, right? I don't think I could ever like be with someone who would not make me have a hee hee or a ha ha. Like I just don't think I could live that life. Forever with someone who can't make you laugh? No thanks, dude. I'm good. Oh, rippies. Oh, you guys are finally dropping things now. They don't need you to drop stuff. Like, I think it really is just the humor. Stop froggy hopping like that, dude. Piss me off. A life of boredom, yeah. And I'm just such a fucking... I'll just say dumb shit today. As you guys can tell. I say dumb shit to say dumb shit because I think it's fucking funny to just say some stupid ass shit and have someone be like, what the fuck, dude? I just think it's amusing to say some silly shit, to have a hee hee ha ha, you know? So like, with someone who would never be hitting a hee hee ha ha, I don't know, man. I don't know, that seems kind of boring. You do? No, I'm 100% serious about everything I say, actually. Wait, what was up top? Ow! Oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself. Oh, I'm actually gonna accidentally kill myself is what's about to happen. I think this would be a waste of a key, right? In this room? Because that's just like, take me back to the old dude, right? I think that would be a waste of a key. Like, there's no point in using that key as far as I can tell, right? No way I fight the dragon on half a heart, dude. But we'll see. You thought it was a medical issue? Damn, dude. Oh, there it is. I don't need keys anymore. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. I just know that key door was on the left, so I was curious. Okie. Okie dokie. Froggy Hoppins, dude. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. It's so funny. The bats start out slow and then they just start getting crazy. Crazy. You son of a bitch. Why do you crave a plate of okra? Do I know them? Froggy Hoppins? I don't think so. Is that like a real character or cartoon or person? I just was saying they hop like a froggy. Oh, a VTuber, yeah, okay. No, I do not know them. That's a cute name though. Are they a frog VTuber? A frog tuber? A fruber? Leave me alone, stop bullying me, McDonald's Sprite. Okra's pretty good, to be honest. I do like okra. Where did I go? Was it this way? No. This way. Frog themed, yes. Okay, nice, nice, nice. That's pretty cool. That sounds pretty sick. Ooh, god. Okay. Dragon time. Let's see if we can. I'm gonna try and get... Frog VTubers have brought you nothing but trouble. Yeah, yeah, Dota. Oh, that's so many bats. I think I made a mistake. No, I'm kidding. I feel like you're just bringing it on yourself, honestly. That's probably a you thing, you know? Ow! Ow! They're hopping on me! It's a real hop on pop situation. I don't like it. Oh, right. I just had to move one of these. Which one? There we go. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Stuffed crust or tortilla pizza? Stuffed crust, dude. Why the fuck are you making a tortilla pizza? I'm gonna be honest, dude. Don't do that. Why didn't tortilla pizza? Like that's I'm doing a tortilla pizza during a poverty time in my life, you know? I'm not regularly trying to hit a tortilla pizza. Anyone who says tortilla pizza, I don't trust them. Ow, ow, ow. Fuck! He hates stuffed crust. I mean, you could dislike stuffed crust, but if your other option is making a pizza on a tortilla, you're eating a poverty pizza. And like, I don't mean that in a, I'm not trying to judge way. I grew up, you know, white poverty. But that's a sad pizza. If now if you said like a ripperoni, exact. If you hit me with a pizza bagel, like a pizza made on a bagel, okay, sure. Although if he doesn't like stuffed crust, I feel like you're not the like a pizza bagel. Alright, froggies, don't hop on me! You're hopping on me! Stop hopping on me! Ooh. Just let me go. Let me go. Let the Lord take me. I had lost one heart there, so it felt like I should just GG that. Okay. This might be my last run. It's getting pretty late. You gotta make a clip? Damn. You're using me as cannon fodder in your war regarding pizza crusts. And I don't know if I appreciate it. I don't know if I appreciate that. I just feel like, just have, like, is regular crust not an option here, I gotta ask? Oh, you son of a bitch. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. He hates bread. Oh, what? Well, okay, that's where you should have started with. Who the fuck hates bread? Bread's delicious. Oh, a heart. Yippee. 4.5 whole hearts. I like how I said and a half whole. That's how that works, eh? Because carbs? What's the beef? I'm gonna be honest, I don't mean to be rude, but is that like a... Like, why do you hate carbs? Because of, like, they're unhealthy? Or, like... I'm trying to ask this in a way that's more sensitive. I feel like if someone hates something because carbs... I do wonder about their relationship with food, is what I would say. Like, is it a diet situation? I mean, that's fine to hate bread if you don't just like bread. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get liking bread. I really like bread, but like... yeah, I love bread. I love bread too. But like, I feel like if you hate something to the point because it's just unhealthy, just doesn't like carbs for... I mean, I guess if you have a reason related to your health that you can't have carbs, sure. But, you know, like I said, I would just... Like, I've known a lot of people who are like, I hate carbs, they're bad for you. It's like, I get that, but like, also, carbs yummy, you know? Okay, one head gone, but this is like phase 2 boss now, which sucks. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I get trying to be fit. I get being like, I can't have carbs a lot. I'm trying to watch my diet. But if you hate carbs, yeah, like, I'm gonna be honest. If you're living a life where if you won't eat, I feel like my thing is if you have a healthy relationship with food, but you're to the point where you're worried about things bad for you, like there's just so many things that are bad for you. Food is still substance, right? Food is still substance. You're still eating something that your body needs. Your body doesn't, because like your body needs carbs, right? They're energy. They make energy for you. So like I just feel like if you're at the point where you're restricting what you eat for health reasons, you know, outside of like a doctor telling you to, like most people, I think the best way to say it is most people are doing things that are worse for you but provide you no substance. You know? Like a lot of people are doing things that are technically bad for them but provide them with no value at all. Like, you know, drinking or, you know, smoking or things like that. Whereas like at least food provides you value, right? You're still getting sustenance from a carb. I don't know. I feel like if I'm at the point where I'm like restricting myself on what I eat to that level, like I don't know. I just feel like I'd cut out other things before I started cutting out foods entirely, is maybe the best way to say it for me. Obviously, you know, everyone's different. I'm not trying to tell someone how to live their life or say the way they're living their life is right or wrong, but I feel like when you're getting to the point where you're restraining your eating for health reasons, like not, like I said, obviously if people have a doctor that's told them or like a condition, you know, that's so different, but just like because it's bad, like there's a lot of things. Playing video games too much is bad for you. Like, you know, having a glass of beer is not good for you. Having a glass of wine, shit, is sometimes not good for you. Drinking coffee is not good for you. Having sugar is not good for you. I feel like I'd cut out sugar before, oof, you son of a bitch, before I cut out carbs, personally. Ooh, you sons of bitches. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you have allergies or if a doctor's told you, because like, for example, some people have like high cholesterol, right? So it's like, you can't have that. Your cholesterol's too high. But like, I just feel like if you're cutting something out of your life just because it's bad for you, I feel like there's a lot of other things to be... do I have to kill them? I think I have to kill them all before I can move this block. I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of other things to like be mindful of before I personally would be worried about carbs of all things. But I guess, I don't know, maybe if you just don't like, if you're not a fan of bread for whatever reason already, then I guess it would be easy to just be like, I don't, like for example, a lot of people are obsessed with soda. I think I'd be okay cutting soda on my diet entirely because I just don't drink a lot of soda. What does my doctor even know? Okay, man. I don't like this boss fight. Fuck, dude, I hate, honestly, I'm really not a fan of the fact that I have to, like, go through the dungeon so much before I can get to the boss. It is frustrating. Alright, I'll give it one more. Oh, my back, though. Ooh, my back. Ooh, I've been sitting way too long. Fuck. That shit's sore. You've been cutting down complex carbs. Sorry, hold on. And especially sugar is an easy way to remove empty calories. Yeah, drinking your calories is a very, like, not drinking your calories any longer is a very good way to get rid of calories. I wonder, you know what, honestly, I feel like I should go get arrows. Maybe this fight would have been easier with arrows. Oh, you son of a bitch. Brother, how did that not hit the bat when it was right in front of me? This is where potions would go in handy. Got it, yeah. Potions, or I'm wondering arrows too. Stop that. Hop away! Hop away! Hop away, good sir. Hop away from me. Oh, no damage from arrows. Oh, okay, well, good to know. Then we won't waste time on that. Throw that idea in the trash, I guess. You hopping son of a bitch. Leave me alone. Leave me alone! Hop away! Hop away! No, hop away! You're hopping towards me. It's the opposite of what I'm asking for. Glee, okay? That's how you say that, right? He's saying that, does he think that Glee was an okay show? Is that the situation? I didn't really watch Glee. I feel like I knew a lot. I was a theater kid, as in I did tech for theater, to clarify. I was not out there like the kid who's singing fucking 50s Disney songs because for some reason they think everyone wants to hear them sing when no one wants to. I wasn't that theater kid. I did tech theater, as you can tell, because I'm a fucking nerd in the other way. But like, I never watched Glee, but because I was hanging out with the theater kids, I heard so much about Glee. Like, the theater kids were obsessed with Glee. People are obsessed with Darren. God, if I had to hear one more God, I feel like I didn't think about it till now, but the name Darren Criss, who was a guy who was on Glee, like, I think I had a flashback. I think my cortisol levels spiked just thinking about that name. Which is even crazy, because I don't know what Darren Criss went off to do, dude. I have no clue what that man ended up doing. Oh, God! I'm just taking hits upon hits. I guess the other option is to see if I could get over here with more hearts as well. Come off into obscurity. You don't actually know. Yeah, he just kind of vanished. Like I said, he was like a big deal for Glee. Alright, I'm gonna call it there. That's enough for me.